What's up, guys? Welcome to the live stream where we do things and stuff.
I'm sick and tired.
What are you sick and tired of, Alex?
Sick and tired of the fucking EasyCAD 3 board in my UV laser. So today, we're going to tear it out. We're going to put an EasyCAD 2 board in it. What?
All right, I guess we're doing a thing.
Yeah, we're getting all this crap off my desk. We're going to put it up on the fucking operating table. And we're going to rip this thing out. There goes our monetization for this stream.
Shit happens.
Also, what's up, chat?
Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
What up? What up? We got Andrew hanging out. We got Anthony hanging out. Laser to Leather. What's up, bud?
If
Bronson.
you guys are really lucky today, you'll watch me electrocute myself on camera.
We're hoping.
It's
because the last time I did this, not once, but twice.
True story.
I want to know,
EMI filters are a bastard sometimes.
do you guys want me to work on something while you're doing that?
Sure.
Do it.
Do
it. Do it.
All right, how are we going to do this?
Cockatoo Birdman Bill. We got Mitch.
Damn, what a name.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
You think that dude has cockatoos?
With a name like that, I would be surprised if he doesn't.
Is a cockatoo and a cockatiel the same thing? Probably not.
You're just saying it wrong because you're dumb.
A cockatiel is like a 2 met a 3, and they had a baby, and it's a cockatee. I don't know.
Man. I got a parrot.
You're a cockatees. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh, definitely no monetization on this one. That's a different kind of monetization.
Hey.
Welcome to Everything's OnlyFans.
Lasers.onlyfans/facebook.org.
/ostomies only.
Oh my God. No.
Emergencystop.net. It's been a minute. We should do an episode of that.
I'm down, man. Right now, I'm ordering my lunch. Alex makes fun of me because I never order things because I'm a cheapskate. But
I got lunch right here for you, pal.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
That is definitely an emergency stop situation. No, please. HR.
All right, I got a clean workbench if you want to go top down, Kyle.
Yeah, we can go top down.
We're going to get the UV on the operating table somehow.
The cameras are all messed up here.
Can I just clean straight up pull all this crap right out of the back? I think I can. That would be nice.
They're not going to be able to see what you're doing.
Well, I'm bringing it over. I'm just disconnecting the Galvo scan head and the screws that keep the things plugged. UV sources are really easy to work with because it's all out in the open.
I was going to say it's like straightforward.
Yeah, the benefit of a UV and a CO2 Galvo is that there is no fiber optic cable. So the only thing you have to worry about breaking in that cable bundle that goes from essentially the tower down to the separated box is all electrical cables. So if you accidentally shear that off, at least it's easy to fix.
On my CO2 Galvo, I have things like wired into my source. So I can't just disconnect the source to move the laser, but the UV is just a couple screws. It's very, very easy.
So Anthony just asked, are we really going to be doing a UV surgery live?
Yeah, I'm not joking. I'm sick of this. Every single time I want to do something with the UV, I just can't because it's always EasyCAD 3. And 3 people use EasyCAD 3. If you're in the chat and you use EasyCAD 3, sorry, not sorry. We have a full guide on how to downgrade. There's no reason to use it unless you have a 3D laser. And I don't know. I don't feel bad. So figure it out.
Well, that's just one of those things to consider if you're going to buy a laser that comes with EasyCAD 3D.
Well, yeah. I apologize if I'm saying this wrong. Blinny says, hi, guys. brand new to lasers and have learned so much already from you all. Thanks. Thanks for watching, and we're glad we could help share some knowledge.
I'm doing it. I'm placing the order.
Do you still have you don't have an EasyCAD 3 board, either of you, do you?
No. Well, and here's the downside to you even having an EasyCAD 3 board is you can't even do the 3D portion of stuff because it's set up as a 2D machine.
Well, like we will.
So you got the worst of both worlds.
If we really want to do EasyCAD 3 content, we can put it on the test bench when we build the test bench.
Well, you'd be limited to doing 2D stuff anyway, which isn't what people want.
All right, guys, check it out. Here's the laser source. This is the Ingu laser source. This is the nicest laser source in my entire shop. And on the back here, if I get it up.
Careful.
Shop.net. It's literally just a couple like DB connectors and some screws. It's so easy to just unplug it and pull it out. For the swap, we will need this again when we start doing configuration, but for the swap, we don't need anything on this half of the machine, so it's all just going to go on the floor over here and wait its turn until we're ready for it.
Classic.
Thank you for showing us where you put it in and take it out. I appreciate that.
I'm here for you. Well,
this is going down a dark path.
That's the title.
Connecting USB, power, and the foot pedal switch. And then I'm just going to pull the cabling through the desk here, less than gently. And we're going to throw this bad boy onto the table. There we go. Something to look at. Okay.
It's a box.
It's a box. What's in the box?
What's in the box?
All right, knocked a bunch of crap over while I was getting up here. Feel free to talk and do stuff, guys. I'm not.
Well, I was going to ask, so I've got a couple of things I can show you guys, but my thing is if I use the CO2 Galvo, which is what I want to play with, I have to turn off my microphone, which might be a good thing. You have to listen to me. Just get to see my beautiful face.
Would definitely be a good thing.
Is that it, Megan?
Nice, Matt. Nice.
That was for everybody in chat. Let's see. I could make it black.
Texted me and asked if we needed cereal.
The only project I have lined up right now is a gluing project, and nobody likes to see people gluing stuff.
Yep.
They just like to smell the glue, you know?
It's wood glue.
I like to eat the glue.
It's not even the good glue to smell. It's wood glue.
All right. We've shown this on videos, guys. If you're here right now, you're probably a fan of the channel and you've been watching a while. So you've probably seen it, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then on the back, same locations, 6. It's just hex wrenches. Super simple. So I'm going to go find a hex wrench that fits that. And
Fun fact, if you just want access and you don't need to get to every single thing in the case, you can take the top 3 screws out of each side and the top comes off like a clamshell. And you can slide the side panels up and off, and then you don't have to fight to get it realigned. So if you just need a little bit of access and not all of the access in the world, there's a pro tip. And that's been just the tip with the LET.
If you need just a little bit of access, I do have a discount OnlyFans plan. You don't have to pay the full subscription fee.
Those look like really nice hex drivers.
And
the set, dude, this is a Walmart set right here. Husky.
And if you join our OnlyFans today, you'll be the first person ever to join it. Amazing.
Amazing.
I'm going to work on leather. I got these leather scraps from the project I was working on. Do some cool leather stuff on the CO2. Galvo.
Let's chat today. Who's hanging out?
Wellman and Woodson wants to know, I know this is a UV video, but what are you doing in this video? We're going to be, well, the original plan was to set up the UV laser kind of like we did the CO2 yesterday, but the UV needs a little extra love because it's on an EasyCAD 3 board, and it's not it's not a 3D laser. It doesn't have Z control. It doesn't have a 3D scan head. So we have all of the downsides and none of the benefits.
What Kyle's saying is the EasyCAD 3 board in this machine is pointless. And so we're going to rip it out and we're going to slap an EasyCAD 2 board in there. And and then pop LightBurn on this puppy. So you guys know there's no fiber optics in here. It's all, this might be a good day for the PTZ. It's all just like electrical cables. It's just signals. So we can rip all of that on the back. You can sit there and tug on it and pull on it. It's fine. As long as you don't chop it off, you should be in good shape.
Always good advice.
You may need to move the monitor a little bit.
I can move it wherever you want. It's just being a screwdriver for me.
Just looked up and saw like what I'm holding, and I'm like, it looks like I made some kind of like weird snowflake pattern.
You're a weird snowflake.
Ouch.
Oh,
We got our PTZ there.
Nice, good view.
If you guys are enjoying hanging out and the possibility of Alex electrocuting himself on an EMI
It's
filter,
an inevitability. If we're being
Imminent.
smash that like button down below. Maybe get subscribed so you can watch Alex continue to electrocute himself.
We want as many people as possible to be here when it happens.
Yeah.
Can I discharge the EMI by shorting it with the screwdriver?
Do you have another screwdriver you could stick in? Would that be good?
Yeah, I got one right here.
I don't want to give you advice on how to do this.
Don't give the viewers advice on how to do it. Just give me advice on how to not fucking shock myself.
We'll edit this out in the post. It's
Don't
fine.
stick your hand in the EMI filter.
Don't
That, like-
rip on this, guys. Did you see what I just did? It's just little wiggles, especially if there's a fiber optic cable in there. But these connections on the back here, these are all hardwired. These are soldered onto these points here. This is never going to pull away. It's never going to pull away from the case. And we don't want it to pull away from the case. We just want to be able to get these side panels and the top panel off. So don't yank on this.
I would almost, if you've never been in one of these before, I would almost encourage you to use the method I said before to get access to everything before going to the full breakdown, just so you can see what you're tugging and pulling at, so you don't break something. So I would always suggest taking the top off, then sliding the panels out so you can see what's going on.
Panel 1 and panel 2 is going to pop off.
Hector says it's a chance to damage the fiber optic on the cable. There is no fiber optic on the cable. This is a UV laser. So a UV laser is enclosed. It's mounted right on the tower. All of the cables that come out.
Literally. That, I can't.
Pick up the end of the cable.
That red box right there is the UV source. It's directly behind the scan head because the UV would damage fiber optics. So you can't use ultraviolet lasers with fiber optics that haven't been like doped in a special way. It's crazy expensive. So they just mount the source right behind the scan head. So there is no source in this like you would see. And we'll do a quick little tour since you got the camera up here. Where is the EMI filter? Oh, dude, oh my God. This is why I love Mactron, dude. Check this shit out. Look. It has insulators on it. Do you see that?
Can you zoom in on it at all, or is that?
I don't know what.
One sec.
He's not paying attention. That's what he's doing.
I'm paying attention.
He's playing Tetris. Leave him alone.
No, I'm not. It takes me a minute to get into that menu.
Every time I've opened one of these guys, that little box right there is what shocks me. So that's called an EMI filter, and it cleans the waveform of the power, so the rest of the components inside the machine get like nice, pretty power because they operate better that way. And usually it's just raw contact sticking out. These actually have little like spade channels, and they're encased in like a plastic shield, which is really, really nice. So
you know what this tells me?
That they watched the video of me getting shocked by the SFX?
No. It tells me that they've been shocked enough times that they don't want it to continue to occur.
Yeah, true. Also true. So let's do a little tour here. So power comes into the machine, guys, goes through the EMI filter, and then it goes up here and gets routed to the different components. So these, if you're unfamiliar with electronics, these metal boxes right here are your power supplies. The big one supplies more power than the little one. This one very likely, let's see, what voltage is this? This is a 15-volt power supply, so this is supplying power to our scan head. This is what makes the mirrors and the scan head go. This one is
probably a 24-volt.
It says 12. This one's a 12-volt power supply, which is, yeah, that's the only one, which is supplying power to our laser source. That's incredible. That's actually very low.
I mean, it is a
I thought it would
low
be.
wattage source. So
Up in the top here, you have relay switches that turn all of these components on and off when you turn things on the buttons. And then this one right here, another power supply, you can tell by the cage. And this one is supplying
5 volt,
12 volts as well. And this is probably supplying power to our EasyCAD 3 board. That's going to be our first problem. I'm going to have to dig through my power supplies and see if I have anything that gives us
5 volt.
What are they 5? We're going to need
so.
5 volts. I could grab a 5 volt just like wall power supply if I have to, but I don't really want to do that. So that's really sloppy. And then last but not least, guys, I have so many extra 5 volt bricks. I could probably just open one up. But last but not least, we have our EasyCAD 3 board right here. It's a big sucker. We got a bunch of extra stuff that we don't need. And we're going to tear this all apart and put it all back together with our nice little EasyCAD 2 board right there. So that's kind of the mission. And we can go ahead and turn this on its side so you guys can get the top-down view. And you'll be able to follow along here. So far for what we're needing, we don't actually need this front panel off. And I may just screw it back in. Oh, here's a pro tip right here, guys. Oh, they glued theirs in. If you ever have these fibrous kind of filters in front of these grates, I just rip them out. This one I can't rip out because it's glued in. If you can't see it, and I don't think you can, it's just kind of like a soft mesh, and it's stuck in place, and it's just restricting our airflow. There's no reason for it to be there. So I would just recommend getting rid of that.
Well, that's actually one of the comments that Anthony made in chat was it's so empty, LOL. And I think it's just mainly because, trying to keep air moving.
Yeah.
There's also just not a laser source in there.
We have a big piece of metal right here because these machines are case grounded. So everything's mounted to a giant sheet of metal on the other side, all our power supplies and things like that. And then, it's just the EasyCAD 3 board in here. Normally, you'd find your controller up top, up in this area, and this space would be occupied by the source. But since we don't have a source, we don't really need to worry about that. There are a few things that we need to do in order to do this the right way, especially because we want to use this EasyCAD 3 board again. So we don't want to just literally physically rip it out. So what we're going to do is, in order to get these kind of DB style connectors out, they're all screwed directly into the board. Also, you'll notice the EasyCAD 3 board here, if you can see it right here, is 2 layers. We've got a bottom layer and a top layer that's mounted on by 4 screws. So we'll have to remove the top layers stuff first, then remove the top layer itself. Then we will start working on the bottom layer. I don't know if I have, this screwdriver might work, but I'm not certain. I might need to go get my electronic screwdrivers. I'm just going to get the electronic screwdriver. This will be good for the top ones, but let's see. I've got a kit right here. There we go. Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I'm going to have to go probably tear apart a 5-volt power supply from my little box of DC power supplies. We can do like a shady mount job in here. That'll be fun.
Open it up. It looks so clean. We'll fix that.
Yeah, we'll fix that. I got the super glue. Where's just my regular?
Get the duct tape.
That's it. That's how we do it. There we go. This one looks good.
That's how I keep my physique together. Duct tape and hopes and dreams.
Let's go for the one. All right. So, pop this in here. We're just going to pull these screws. It's a little bit of a tight fit because, again, I do have this kind of in my way, but these points back here are all hard connections to these. I've removed them before. You can do it. It requires soldering, and it's like a whole mess because I've had to rewire those switches on the back in the past. We're not going to talk about that today, but it's possible. We just really would rather not cause issues there. We have enough to do as it is. So those two little screws come out. They're not going to come all the way out. They're locked into the body of this connector. But once they're loose, you can just give that a little wiggle, and that's going to come out just like that. No problem. Next, we've got our 4 screws that separate the top of the board from the bottom of the board. So we definitely don't want to lose these. Put these over with the rest of my screws. Apologies in advance. There are no time lapses because this is live. So you guys are going to just have to bear with me a second. Let's see. And once that 4th screw is out, guys, there is a very large, solid copper array keeping the top of the board mounted to the bottom of the board and supplying all those connections. So when we lift this up, you can see it's kind of just pulls a little bit. We just want to lift the board straight up and out. And there's your copper array right there. You don't want to bend any of these pins. We want to keep those nice and safe. So there's the top half of the board for now. I'm just going to set this to the side somewhere safe and out of the way. And now we can focus on the bottom board. This first connector we pulled on an EasyCAD 3 machine, the top part of the board is for extension axis connections. So this connection would probably wires directly to our rotary port on the back of the machine. We will have a port for this that should be plug and play. Actually, I don't know if it's going to be plug and play. We'll have to do some soldering if we want to reconnect this, and we do, because we certainly want to use rotary on our UV. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But for now, we have to get rid of some of these extra connectors. This big one here, this is like a DB like 29 or something like that. It's a very large connector. It's actually, you can see this tiny little wire right here. Like 2 of these pins get used. And we'll talk about how that's all arranged when we open up that connector too. So this isn't nearly as scary as it looks. And these 2 over here talk to our laser source, in this case, the UV laser source, and these 2 are directly plug and play. So these won't require any soldering at all. Once we get these 2 out of the machine and unplug them from the EasyCAD 3 board, we can just plug them right into the EasyCAD 2 board. If I'm remembering all of that correctly, and I think I am. Last but not least, we do have, this is our power connector. It's labeled for 12 volts. We'll reuse these wires to run 5-volt power to our EasyCAD 2 board, but the Phoenix connector isn't going to do us any good. So all I'm going to do, rather than trying to dismantle this power connector in general, is I'm actually just going to loosen the 2 screws on the power connector and just remove the wires from the Phoenix connector. This will sit here for when we need to supply power to it down the road, and we can connect our wires directly to the EasyCAD 2 board. Again, you'll be able to see that when we get to it. But first things first, I'm going to go ahead and unscrew these two screws so we can remove those wires. Would the PTZ offer a better view, Kyle? I feel like it's just really zoomed out. I know, like, we usually use this camera for showing like different products and blanks, but I feel like for this work, I can also go get like the XA75, put it over my shoulder.
We're good. I switched you.
All right, that's fair for now.
Yeah, that's pretty
so you guys can see it's two wires right there. Just to be safe, I will probably go get a little electrical tape, and we'll probably just cover those really quick. Our machine isn't plugged into power. It's not likely that we're going to short them, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. I don't know what's still holding and, you know, what's still energized in here. So
shocking developments.
All right. Did you see the question about MOPA?
I do. So Hector is asking, he's getting his fiber is on his way, 60 watt MOPA. We're glad to hear it's on the way, and we hope you enjoy. You're ready to start your journey. What is a MOPA? So MOPA, I can never remember. Do you remember what the acronym for MOPA is?
Master Oscillator Power
Amplifier?
Amplification, yeah.
I can never remember them all together. But essentially,
I always forget a letter.
Yeah. So there's two ways to think about it. Typically, a MOPA laser will allow you to utilize an adjustable pulse width, which essentially you're telling the laser how long each pulse provided by your frequency, your pulse repetition rate, how long each of those pulses is going to last at the surface of the material, right? So if you want to think about it like our old hammer analogy, your frequency or your pulse repetition rate is how frequently you're hitting with a hammer on the surface. Whereas the pulse width is like how long your hammer is resting on the surface kind of thing. So it's not a great analogy for pulse width, but it's essentially how long the pulse of energy will be hitting the surface for.
I like the hose analogy. You've got a hose and you have a kink in it. You're holding a kink in the line so the water can't come out. Frequency is how often you let go of the kink, and the pulse width is how long you're leaving it open. So it's literally like more water is going to hit the thing because it's open for longer. Frequency is how often you're opening and closing it. And those two things, if you're thinking to yourself, well, those two things would affect each other, they seem like they go hand in hand. They do. So you're right about that. And it gets more complicated, but I like that analogy.
Yeah, I like that. Now, here's where it gets a little more complex, and it doesn't apply to you because I'm pretty sure you have an M7 source probably. But there are edge cases where MOPA does not mean you have pulse width control, such as on like the JPT 20, 30, and 50 watt LP sources. Those are technically classified as MOPA sources, depending on who you ask and what spec sheet you read, because of the way they handle the power within the laser source, but they still have a locked pulse width. But for the greater definition and use case for most people, a MOPA laser essentially just means you can control pulse width, and it gives you greater ability to control your laser in a more advanced way. Hope that helps. But yeah, you'll have lots of learning to do. There's lots of content, so take your time with it. Do the setup from day one so that you're starting off on the right foot, and you'll have fun.
So in order to mount our EasyCAD 2 board inside the machine, we have to get the mount out because the screws holding these in are on the back side of this panel. So just a simple screwdriver, 2 screws, this will pop right out. Also, guys, use a screwdriver for this. Never use like a power drill. You're guaranteed to strip the screws and get your stuff stuck wherever it is you're putting it or removing it from. So always just hand tight on electronics.
Yeah, or if it's not stuck, you end up stripping out the hole and then it will never go back in properly.
So there we go. 4 screws on the back, mount into these 4 copper posts. That will be really easy for us to remove, and we can take the whole thing off of the panel here and put our EasyCAD 2 board in its place. We'll just move that out of the way. And we've got our EasyCAD 2 board here. I might need a little bit of a...
Did your EasyCAD
movement.
2 board come with a replacement mounting plate or no?
Yeah, I'll show that. I might need the camera moved a little bit because I can't really. Oh, dusty. I'm gonna go blow this out really quick. 1 second. Noise warning, guys. You may want to dip your audio for a second.
No, I'll just
3,
mute
2.
you. We'll save everybody's ears. How we doing on lunch, Matt? How you liking it?
Just arrived, like literally, and then the guy kind of sat up there way too long, and I was like, "Okay, thank you."
He just wanted to share the nuggets, man.
He probably did.
You're unmuted, Alex.
So, thank you. Here's our EasyCAD 2 board, guys. This is the BJJCZ digit board. It's the LMC V4 digit. CO2 Galvo and UV use digital signals. Somehow it's beyond, that's outside of my brain power, but in order to talk to sources, the fiber uses what they call analog. So you can't use a fiber board on a UV or CO2 Galvo, and you can't use a CO2 Galvo or UV board on a fiber. Did I say that right?
More or less.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, you have to have this board. Just saying. This will not work on a fiber, and the fiber board will not work on our UV. So make sure that you have the right board if this is something that you ever try to do. We've got ours there. You can see it's significantly smaller and it's got less ports on it. We will tackle that in a minute.
It's just a baby.
First, we have to remove our EasyCAD 3 board from this mounting plate so we can get our Easy 2 board on there. So I'm just going to go ahead and pull these 4 screws really quick. And we're going to need 2 of these again in like 5 seconds. So I'm just going to leave them right there.
Miranda said, I didn't even know you guys were live.
Hello.
Surprise!
Surprise.
You know what's not alive anymore? That EasyCAD 3 board. Dying of fire.
No, that's fine. We'll test bench it later. When we build the test bench, it'll be easy to swap this in and out with the Cartesian's Craft adapter.
Heck yeah, with the scientific, like the lab equipment and stuff. That's pretty dope. Oscillator.
Yep.
Anthony said somebody asked about this in Discord today. So now just send them a link to this live stream. The timestamp is 30 minutes.
Yeah, the time is now. So here on the Easy 3 board, we have this nice little kind of pin array, and that's where our copper array is going to go in. I like to keep them together when I store the EasyCAD 3 boards. I have another one right up there on the shelf. So we're just going to go ahead and very carefully insert the copper array into the pin array and press down so they all go in. And now this board is ready for storage. So we're all done with our EasyCAD 3 board. We don't have to do anything else with this. So I'm going to go ahead and put it on the shelf. And now we need to get our EasyCAD 2 board mounted. You could mount this a couple different ways. I'm probably going to go let's see. How can we get this to fit? Some boards are made, or some back panels rather, are made to be able to fit both styles of boards. But this one has clearly been manufactured to only fit one, which is kind of a bummer.
Are there holes drilled in the case for
it
already?
No, there's not. So we may have to just put a new hole in this real quick, and that's not a huge deal, but I will have to go get my drill still. Let me go grab that and a Sharpie so we can mark where we need to put a hole.
Nice. What's nice about this is it's like surprisingly fast to do from what, I mean, you've done this before, but still pretty quick moving.
Actually, that's not going to work because these holes are threaded. All right, well, plan B, guys. I have a plan B. This is where the janky stuff starts.
You got some.
You want to get a.
No.
If you want to sit there with a lathe and tap your own holes and do all that, you are welcome to do so. I'm never taking this board out, and if I do, I can snap it off. I don't really care. I'm just going to go ahead and slather this really quick.
Oh my God,
lots and
enough.
lots. No, I have the nozzle. I have the nozzle pressed up against the body. It's not as much as it looks like. I'm just kind of
Alex is sending.
There we go.
Bronson just said no.
We're gonna go ahead and just pop this in. Get over it. Don't at me.
We'll just let that cure for a minute.
This is where every dad in the chat is like, yeah, okay. And then everybody who's not is like, oh no. This is where you just need to yell at somebody, hold the flashlight.
Yeah.
Hold the flashlight better.
That'll work great for what we need it to do. Obviously, you can do that better. I just personally, I don't really care, and I'd like to move on with this. I don't want to spend an hour trying to figure out how we're going to get this done with like the mounting. That's not the lesson here. I'm sure there are YouTube channels online you can watch to learn how to mount pieces of metal to other pieces of metal. For now, super glue, definitely done the trick. So we've got that there. We can put our mount back inside the machine case. This is where the difficult stuff kind of starts, guys. So
are you using the conversion board by chance?
No, I'm not using the conversion board.
Okay.
I could, but I feel like that skips the part of this where people will actually learn.
Okay.
So I'm not going to use there are conversion boards available where you plug one thing into another thing and it does stuff. But we're not going to do that today. We're going to do this the hard way. There's a couple things that we want to actually look at on this board. Are we zoomed all the way in on the PTZ?
I can go more.
Yeah, please. Just give me everything you got.
Well, you can't handle everything you got.
That's great.
It's got to focus. Come on. There you go.
All right. So we've got a couple different connectors on this board, guys. This one here and this one here go to the laser source, and these are the two that are plug and play, like I was saying earlier. So we will not have to do any wiring for that one. However, the large DB connector, this one, that big nasty guy right there, needs to be able to have its pins plug into this general input port, or this one rather, this general input port on the board. And clearly that's not going to be a plug and play. So we're going to have to grab the adapter for this that came with the board. When you order the board, it comes with the male version of this, and we're going to have to solder our connections over. Here we have a basic USB port, so that's also going to be plug and play. And then last but not least, where is it? Everything's upside down to me right now. Here we've got our 5-volt and ground. And that's where those 2 power cables, we're just going to solder those one into each of those holes. So it should be pretty easy, but this is where things are going to start to get a little icky, especially because all of our cables here on the machine are all zip tied together. We don't have a lot of slack to play with. So things are going to be really tight on space. It's going to be really close quarters. I'm going to have my soldering iron over here. We're going to be reaching into the case and trying to do all this stuff. And it can be less than fun. So if I go silent for long periods of time, it's just because I'm trying to figure things out as I go. But we'll get there. Every machine's a little bit different. First thing I'm going to do is cut all these zip ties so we can separate this kind of bundle and pick a piece at a time to start working with here. So one more time, guys, we have our power. We know where that's going. We have our rotary axis connector right here. That's going to go into this general input at the bottom of the board. Sorry, I talked a lot yesterday too. Our USB's just plugging in, and we have the DB. I think this is 29 connector. We need like 2 of these pins. There's only like 2 wires connected to that. And when we open this up, I'll show you that inside. And we have charts available to tell us exactly where those need to be pinned up to be soldered onto this board. So it should be, again, pretty straightforward. I do have to prep a couple things. I got to get my snips. I'm going to get my soldering iron here. We'll start getting that going. Kyle.
Yep.
In the folder for the power supply swap video, which should be under hardware, are my pinout charts. Could you please grab that?
I will look for them, yes.
And perhaps get them up on the screen so we can show people and I can reference it while it's on the monitor too. That would also be very helpful. I'm going to need some wire strippers. So we'll grab those. I need my connector housings, which I think are over here.
Which ones do you need out of that folder?
EZ3 to EZ2 Light digital. We're probably going to need a 5-volt power supply, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
All the lasers around you are feeling a little nervous right now.
That's okay.
It's like, oh my God.
It's good. I want them to feel nervous. If they're not nervous, then they start mouthing off. So
They're going to get lippy.
Beam It Up said, JB Weld.
oh, I have JB Weld, but I should have used that.
No, you shouldn't have.
Yeah, that would have been better.
No.
Is Alex getting
You're setting up
welder?
the XA.
I have the 75 one, which provides an alternate view.
Yep.
If needed, it should be a pretty good one. Right.
We'll swap to it.
Oh, my snips. Forgot my snips.
We're on the XA. It's like watching over Alex's shoulder the whole time.
We're also probably going to need, at some point, maybe not right this second, but some hot glue, just to kind of insulate things after we get the power connected. I kind of use it that way, and it's it can be very helpful for that. So I'm gonna grab that too while we're at it. A couple of Ryobi batteries. We'll grab a business card to catch our hot glue when we turn that on. Okay, so this is kind of the this is kind of the setup here, guys. And the first thing we need to do is get access to our machine cables. I may have to move this around a little bit in order to get things to be in a position where they can be worked on easily, but we're just going to start very carefully cutting our zip ties and getting them out of here. And now we can start separating these things. Now, again, these two are our general inputs, essentially, is what we're going to call them. One of them is wired for the foot switch. This whole thing is just the foot switch. And so, again, only two of these pins have connections on them. And this one is wired for a rotary. And they both have to go into here. When we're trying to figure out which pin is which, we have a chart that we can reference. The first thing we need to do is get this connector open so we can take a look at where those wires are soldered. They should match the chart fairly well. So I'm just going to grab my screwdriver and need Phillips for this. Probably the oh, there we go, like the one. And these connectors very often will have screws. They'll be screwed together, so you can just pop a screwdriver in there. I don't know if you can see it on the camera there, but here comes my little screw. Trying to do this in a way you guys can see it and appreciate it. And on the other side here, we'll just pop that screw out. They've got little nuts on the back to keep them in place. And you'll want to keep that with the connector just in case you need to put this back together at some point in the future. Get the other nut out there. So they look like this. See that there, they're pretty small. So again, you just want to keep those with your connector if possible. And then this is just a like kind of a clamshell, so it should just pop apart for us without much fuss. You may need just a little leverage to get it going.
The pro tip there is keep the handful of nuts in a plastic bag with the whole connector body, and then you won't lose it. And keep that near the EasyCAD 3 board. Probably not in the same bag though, because if that gets bumped around, it'll probably mess up the surface of the EasyCAD 3 board. But
yeah, definitely not in the same bag.
Keep it safe.
So here, let's see if I can get some zoom action going on for you guys.
Auto zoom might. Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
Alex is the
here's our connector. We can just lose this whole thing right here. So there's the casing. We're just going to set that with our screws. And these pins are not just random, obviously. They're in a specific configuration. Here you can see the bottom two are in specific slots. I believe it's either 1 and 2 or like 28 and 29. And that's where we're going to need to take a look at our chart to confirm. Kyle, can you pull up the pin out, please?
I would love to. Here we go. I don't know if this is the right one.
I can tell you. I just need to move the A time out of the way because I can't see this.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Let me, since I'm going to need to be looking at this,
Pull
can
up the
you
screen
just
on the laptop.
well, can you just shoot it to me on Discord?
Yeah.
And I'll just look at it on this computer over here.
I sent you literally all of them, so I don't screw up.
EasyCAD 3 to EasyCAD Lite for the con. Here we go, the digital board. Okay, so we need, there's one with the lit up outline of the LMC V4 dash digit that has Con 4 EA in big text above a yellow pinout.
This guy?
Again, I can't see it.
I don't think any of them say, oh, LMCV 4 digit. Yeah, it's on the board. Okay. Yep.
Okay, so we need that one. And then we're going to need our, the very next one you sent me is the EasyCAD 3 pinout, and it says Con 5 Fly IO, and there's the really big connector there with the 2 foot switches labeled at the top.
EasyCAD 3 on the left and EasyCAD Lite on the right.
Yeah, that works. We can use that one. Yep. So if you guys can see this pinout, this shows you where all of the wires need to go during our conversion process here. So we can hold, I'm kind of showing you guys both things at once here. We just want to make sure when we're referencing our connector that I'm holding here in my hand, that the bevel on this is kind of facing the same direction. So we've got wide on the left and narrow on the right when we're looking at this. And we can look at our graphic and confirm that wide is on the left and narrow is on the right. Okay, so when we're looking at it this way, we can see pin 1. It goes left to right, guys. So pin 1 and pin 2 are our foot switch connectors. So we can confirm, yes, this is our foot switch. This wire will go to the foot switch port on the back of our machine, and these are the wires that we'll have to move over. Okay, so we've just identified what these wires are connected to, and we want to confirm one other thing. Okay, so on our pinout here, we can see pin 1 is, and I can't, hold on, I gotta like save this so I can full screen it because it's too small for me to read. Give me a second. Okay, so pin 1, this top left pin up here, is the foot switch negative, and pin 2, the one on the right that's a little bit lower, is our foot switch positive. And these wires are colored. Okay, we've got colored wires here. So we need to remember, and Kyle, if you could note for me, that would be really helpful, that pin 1 negative is blue, and pin 2 positive is, what is that, red? My color blindness is affecting my streaming ability.
Yeah.
Yeah, red. Okay, great. So we have those two. So with that done, we can now take our snips and we can cut those off. So we're done with this. We can definitely melt the solder on these later and repurpose this connector if we need to down the road. But for now, this is going to sit with our screws and our housing, and that can all get put away together. So we've got those two wires identified there. It looks like they've got, this is a little sketchy here. It looks like they have some kind of clamp on this. It may just be to keep it in the connector so that you can't pull it out. But I am going to disassemble this just to make sure that's the case. I think it's just kind of like an anti-tug, but we're going to pull it apart really quick. Let's see if I can knock this over a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing. So we're just going to pull these two screws out. And this will be stored with the connector as well, because this will keep whatever connection we make on that connector in the future safe from being yanked on. So we'll go ahead and pull these apart. Like so. Yeah, that's definitely what this is. So this is kind of like an anti-slip, anti-pull padding. So you've got two metal pieces that clamp, and then this piece of padding they've put here, which looks like just more thick heat shrink wrap, is so that the clamp itself doesn't chew into the wire that we're trying to make sure it doesn't go anywhere. So it's just there as a buffer. So we can pull these two metal pieces out and set those with our old connector. And this piece of heat shrink is just going to come off, and we can toss that to the side. And there are two wires, which we will connect to our connector for our EasyCAD 2 board in a minute. But we have another connector here. So I'm just going to kind of work through this one, guys. The process is exactly the same. So I'm going to get the housing off of this connector. And when I'm done, we'll circle back around and identify what connections are being made here so that we know where those pins have to go once we are ready to start soldering together the EasyCAD 2 connector. So I'm going to just start pulling that apart. Kyle, if you want to check out chat and get us caught up, I don't know how busy it is over there, but if anybody has anything to share, I'd
just
love
a
to
couple
hear it.
Questions. Looks like Willie asked if this was a 5 or a 15 watt. This is a 5 watt Ingu, which Anthony confirmed below. Igloo? Yes, that.
Yes, the igloo source.
Yep. And that's about it.
Cool.
If you guys have any questions, please feel free to dump them in chat.
How many people do we have hanging out with us right
now? It's been floating around 20 to 25.
Oh, that's a lot more than I expected.
It's that, you know, those early Friday morning, afternoon numbers.
I just figured people would find this boring, so I'm glad that some of you guys are interested in what we're doing today. This is good general knowledge. This is not UV specific, and it's a good opportunity to learn how your machines work and all the different parts and things, so you can open them up with a little more confidence in the future.
Things and stuff.
That's right. Don't forget it. It's the same thing here. I'm just going to remove this ahead of time now. So we do have the kind of anti-snag device on the end of this. And I'm just going to go ahead and pull that off now, so it's not in our way while I'm trying to show you guys stuff. I'm going to keep all of these little parts and screws together. We should have named this episode UV Surgery. All right, so here's our new connector, guys. And again, we want to make sure that we're looking at it the right way. Okay, so it's going to get a little difficult to see here for you and me both. But pin 1 there, let's see, can I get away with any more zoom on this? Yes. Pin 1 here, guys, up in the top left is empty, right? But then pin 2 has a wire, 3 has a wire, 4 has a wire, and 5 has a wire. And we need to identify all of these wires. Looking at it, I see green, I see a very bright red, black, and yellow. So we're in good shape to not confuse that with the wires we've already freed. So we should be able to I'll have Kyle label what these wires are, just like we did last time. And then we can cut this connector off, and we'll just have kind of our little nest of wires here that we can then begin to solder with all this other crap out of our way. So Kyle.
Is this the J4 connector for the rotary?
Yes. This is the J4 connector for rotary. So if you guys remember, that smaller connector that was in this housing was the one connector that was plugged into the top portion of our EasyCAD 3 board. Anything plugged into the top portion of our EasyCAD 3 board is going to be an extension axis. So we know that this is an extension axis, and as we see on the chart, this is our J4 extension axis controller. Because I have the appropriate kind of EasyCAD light board, and that's something that I would really reference. I get into the differences between all of these different EasyCAD 2 boards, what they're for, what you get and what you don't. But I have the appropriate, is it A or B? Actually, there is no A or B. On digital boards, every board has rotary axis capabilities. That's right. The A and B board is only for fibers. So because this is a digital board, the general input connector here down at the bottom that we're cutting all these wires for will accept rotary output. So that is something that we will talk about in a few minutes when we're getting ready to wire that up. In the meantime, we need to, once again, identify these wires. Okay, so let's zoom back in here.
Well, you got it zoomed in. I'm gonna switch over to the switch back and forth to the chart we have.
Yep.
So top left is empty, pin 1, right? So if we switch
Correct.
over, we're looking here at the bottom. Pin 1 has nothing running to it. The next pin down to the front of that, pin 2, is X pol 1. So that's our pulse positive.
And that's going to be green.
That's our green wire. So let's just double check his color blindness over there. Yep, we got green.
And I'm going to cut that one and get it out of the way. So green out of the way. Done. Okay.
All right. So now moving on, pin 3, going back to the left-hand column here, our back's fat side of the connector, we have X pol minus, or pulse negative. So if we switch back, that is our red wire there. Yep.
Right there. Okay. Bright red. Put bright red.
Yep.
Because so we have a dark red one.
Strategically get that out of the way so we can discount that from our concern for the moment. And we have 2 more. So going forward from that, we have our 4th pin is X dir plus. So it's our directional positive. So if we switch back, black wire. So I'm going to go ahead and label that on our little notepad. So if you do have to do this, totally recommended to make sure you keep your bundles of wires for each connector together and then label the colors. And if they're not distinctive colors, put like tape on them and label them.
Yeah, a little masking tape or white electrical tape works great. You just wrap it around the tip, put a letter and plus or minus, and that's a great way to label these so that you know where they need to go. Consulting the charts later. I
show that process too when I did the little short on switching power supplies. So if you need help with that, go back to that too. So we got 1 left. We are on pin 5. So if I switch back to the chart, is our it's labeled as green on this one just to differentiate, but it's our X dir negative or direction negative. So if we switch back, that is yellow.
Yep.
So that's it. We have our little notes on that connector now, and we can remove that and move over to the next thing.
Yep. So I'm actually gonna just let you hang with chat for 2 seconds, Kyle. What I'm gonna do, just for my sanity, is get all of these connectors that we just disassembled into bags and off my table. So let me just go do that. Yep.
Organization is key. And we do have a question here in chat. So I'll go ahead and pull that up. Thomas says, are UV lasers worth the money at this point, or will prices eventually come down to be more cost competitive?
Yes.
So that is a loaded question, but we'll do our best on that. So historically, over the last 10 years, give or take, I mean, lasers have been around for longer than that. I mean, even Galvo lasers have been around for like 20 years at this point. But UV lasers have already come down significantly in price. The thing about UV lasers is they're not in the same wattage range as you would expect from like a fiber laser or even a CO2 laser. So UV lasers, you kind of have your entry level at like the 3 to 5 watt range, and the far more costly ones come in at the like 10, 12, 15, or even 18 watt range, and they very rapidly go up in price. When it comes to over the last couple of years, I mean, I can already tell you, even just the 5 watt that I have, the 5 watt that Alex has, these are sources that have been around for a little bit now, and they've already come, like, they used to be double the price. Just the sources used to be double the price. And in the last couple of years, they have come down. They're getting more popular, which means the manufacturers can create them in larger batches more efficiently because the technology is aged and matured, and that means better pricing. If they can move more product, if they're not forced to do small batches, that means they can lower the prices and still, be competitive.
I would also argue just the fact that you have the versatility of a new item in your shop. Like, so I got an order that literally paid for itself, that paid for the laser in half. Like, literally, I got 50% of my money back before I ordered it, and that's why I got it. And it was just making Christmas ornaments. So when you can order them through an online source and get a really good price on it, I feel like I made $3,000. So my unit, I think, was 6,500, and I made 3,600 in one order. So that's just one of those things. And since then, I've had several other orders like it. So it's more than doubled its value. Like, it's paid for itself twice, basically. I think
that order took you like a week to fill, like an hour or two.
I did it. Yeah, right? I just did it casually, as we did the show.
You were showing it on the podcast. You flipped through a couple of them.
Yeah, and so to answer your question, I do think they're going to go down, like Kyle said, over time. Yep, for sure. But long story short, the value of them, I think, is pretty great. So
yeah. I brought a visual aid just for an electronics lesson in general. This is my brand new Ambernick RG35XX, and the computer in this is 1 billion times more powerful than a computer that brought the astronauts to the moon, right? That cost like hundreds of millions of dollars. And the specific components that make this, the screen, the buttons, all the microprocessors inside, even 10 years ago, this device would have been $1,000. 5 years ago, it would have been $200. I just bought this on AliExpress for $36. Prices are always going to come down on everything, period, especially in electronics. They're just manufacturing processes improve, demand goes up, and components become more common. And that's absolutely going to be the case with UV lasers. Does that mean that I didn't own something like this 10 years ago when it was super duper expensive and I could just play Super Mario Brothers on it? And I was like, oh man, this is so cool. No, of course I got one. I got hundreds of hours worth of entertainment out of it, and I'm going to get hundreds of hours worth of entertainment out of this one. And it costing $36 or $500 doesn't really change that fact. It's not a one-to-one, but the point is, like, how long are you going to wait? Are you going to wait until the UV costs $2,000? Are you going to wait until it costs $1,000, $500, $36? There's a point at which you have to say, I'm ready to make this investment because it's something that I want to pursue, and you make the investment. So the point of pulling that out was just to say, like, $36 for that is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And at some point in the future, lasers are probably going to be ridiculously priced. That doesn't mean that you should necessarily wait. So that's my input on that question.
And just to kind of circle back too, even looking at examples within the same industry, fiber lasers 10, 15 years ago would have cost you more than a house mortgage, right? Like,
Yeah.
or just a house mortgage, depending on where you are, maybe more. And now, I mean, 5 years ago, a 30-watt laser probably would have cost you what, like 8-10 grand, depending on where you got it from. Maybe more if it was like a premium brand. Now you can get a 30-watt laser for well under 4 grand in a lot of cases, depending on the options that you pick. And yeah, I mean,
Yep. So I think it's really cool. The other thing is it also is really great with leather, which is what I'm working with today. And while Alex is doing this really, really complex physical stuff, I've actually just been sitting here taking a picture that my daughter made and turning it into a using the cut shape tool and a couple of node editing things. I've been working on turning this because I want to show you guys how the CO2 Galvo works with leather. It's really nice. Found some pretty good settings for it. But I was able to take, let's see, this picture that she drew with a pencil, and we're turning it into a bookmark. So she came up with this randomly the other night. I was like, let's make you some other bookmarks. So pretty good so far. Just took it and hit trace image and all that kind of stuff like most of you guys are probably experts with. Shot the threshold over to where it gave me some good stuff. And then from there, I just have gone through and used the cut shape tool on these joints and getting some stuff out of there. So trying to get it ready to show you guys how it works and how it looks on the CO2 Galvo, in case you were wondering.
nice. Nope, go ahead.
I'm about to start what I consider the sketchiest part of this process and the part of the process where I'm most likely to damage something. And that's degloving essentially the cables so that we have a little bit of wire to work with while we're soldering. In order to do that, we have to cut away the heat shrink wrap insulation from the wires. And I need something really sharp for that. So I'm grabbing a razor and I'm putting a brand new blade in it because I can't slip. I don't want to slip on a dull blade and cut one of these wires. We do not have a lot of wire here to work with. And in order to even strip the wires from their regular casing, we have to get them out of this heat shrink. So I really, 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 really don't want to cut these wires because then we're going to be like splicing wires and it's going to be a big mess. And I don't want to splice wires. You guys don't want to sit here and watch me splice wires. So just be really careful at this part if this is something that you're attempting to do. Sorry, PSA. Didn't mean to derail your conversation.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
I apologize if I'm mispronouncing this. Yule is asking, what is the device we're fixing? Not really fixing. It's more of like an upgrade, a downgrade to upgrade. We're changing out the control card. This came with an EasyCAD 3 control card, which is a 3D controller for a laser engraver, and we're changing it over to an EasyCAD 2 controller, which is a 2D controller. And the reason being is the laser is actually set up to be a 2D laser. And for compatibility reasons and software desires, we're switching it over to EasyCAD 2.
I just want to point out, guys, USB cable is a USB cable. We're not doing anything to this. Okay, so that's going to go away. I'm literally going to put that as far away from me cutting and soldering things as possible. So we're just going to tuck that back there. This here is just regular wire insulation. And I don't think we need to go too far back on that. But for this, we can simply use wire strippers. You can just wire strip that off, no problem. So all we're really concerned with here are our pins that we're soldering. And I'm just going to take the razor blade and we're going to cut from the, and this is where it's going to get hard. It's easy to do it. It's hard to do it and show you.
This is where
I
you
want
need
to start.
mop your brow.
Yeah, I want to start at the top of the heat shrink and cut down. And I'm going to try to stay in the channel between the two cables. That'll make it the least likely that I'm going to cut something that I don't want to cut. Hopefully I don't cut myself, but I'm just going to get it. This is why
Safety
a
first,
sharp, this is why a sharp razor really helps, because you don't have to apply a lot of pressure. You can just snip it right there, and we'll peel that back, and that reveals a lot more of that cabling there. And here you can see where those wires are going to start to come in right there. So now we're going to be extra careful, because there's literally no extra shrink wrap here to play with. And we're just going to keep kind of dissecting down the length of this heat shrink. You may not get it on the first pull. It may just score it a little bit. We're just going to keep running that path over and over until I get it to let go. And when I can feel it start to come off, you can go ahead and remove that there, and we're done with that. Unfortunately, they've really heat shrinked this. So we got that big bit off there down by my right hand, but this section of wire has its own heat shrink, keeping these two bundles together. And we're going to have to remove that too in order to work with these wires efficiently. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to start up at the top. I'm going to kind of find the groove between two cables, and I'm just going to pull it down. And it's just real gentle, guys. I'm barely putting any pressure on this. And I'm going to come back up to the top, and I'm going to do it again really gently. Just kind of pull it down and try to run that same groove. When you get a nice little split like this, you can pull it back, and we should actually be able to get a good bit of this off just with a light pull. Sorry, I'm trying to stay in frame here and do a good job. Yesterday we were doing lens corrections, and I put so much effort into making it easy to see that I did a terrible job measuring for the lens corrections, and I ended up having to redo it. And we don't have that option here today. So just go ahead and yank this off. In fact, here with this little mess of solder and electrical tape at the end, we don't need any of that. We're not going to use it anyway. So we'll just cut that off entirely. And there we go. Now we've got a decent length of our 4 wires for our extension axis. So this one's done. These are ready to be stripped, and we'll come back and strip those in a second. In the meantime, and I'll let you guys get back to chatting while I do this last one, we do have our 2 wires here for the foot switch that need to be cut as well. So I'm going to work on that next.
That's not red, that's brown.
Oh, it's brown? All right, can you update my thing?
Yep.
I'm colorblind, in case you guys don't
have
know.
a red wire there. We don't want to mix those up.
Yeah, I called it dark brown and bright brown, or dark red and bright red. But
if you're colorblind and you need to identify wires by color, ask a friend for help.
Yeah, which I do. Kyle's here. Hello.
Kyle and Matt to the rescue.
What is Matt doing? I said just Kyle.
He's doing artwork.
Matt is.
He's doing artwork. He's here.
Artsy boy.
You'll also said, what is the device? We answered that. Never mind. You'll also said, my last UV lasers were 10 watts for $150 each. I'm guessing you're talking about a laser pointer and not an engraving source that's capable of burning a hole through stuff very quickly. Two very different devices.
Or you're missing a 0.
Yeah. Well, maybe
zeros.
even, a couple zeros. Thomas says, debating adding a UV, ordered a Mira Nova Super with a free MOPA fiber bundle, but glass seems like it's going to be touchy. Well, inherently, you're not really going to be doing glass on the fiber unless you're going a hacky route, essentially. Fiber generally doesn't mark glass, and the reason being is the 1064 wavelength isn't readily absorbed by glass material. It passes right through it in most cases. any videos that you see online of fiber engraving on glass without some kind of medium on it directly is a newer source. They're the M8 source from JPT, and they utilize a much higher pulse output power to do that, but it doesn't change the fact that the wavelength itself doesn't readily absorb well into glass. You'll have an easier time with your CO2 on glass. That's totally a thing. So if you didn't want to jump right into a UV, you could totally get some decent looking glass on the CO2. It'll just be different from the UV. The UV gets like a sandblasted look, whereas the CO2 looks a little bit more crystal shardy, and may require a little bit of cleanup depending on how you engrave it. But hope that helps.
I just took a second here. I'm sure you guys saw, and I inspected the wires for any nicks or cuts that I may have introduced with the razor. Luckily, I was able to pay attention and get that done without cutting the wires. But if I did, I would cut these at that length all the way across, like all the wires, because they have to be wired together, and it's going to be a big mess otherwise with a bunch of like bunched up wires trying to reach one that's much lower. So luckily we didn't do that. We have the full length of the wire to work with. The next thing we need to do is strip these, and we want a good bit stripped. I'm thinking like maybe like 1/2 to 3/4 of an inch. The more we have to work with, the better, especially if we screw something up. We can cut off some of the stripped wire without having to strip more. We don't want to keep doing that over and over again because it's just time consuming. So I'm going to go through and start stripping these wires. If you don't know how to strip wires with a wire stripper, it's super easy. If you know the gauge, you can look at the wire strippers and just put them in the right one. Otherwise, you're just looking for the channel that fits, right? You don't want it to be so tight that you have to press it in, but you don't want it to be all like loosey-goosey and flopping around either. Once you find the channel that it sits in nicely without excessive force, you can just clamp down on it and pull, and that one's just a little bit loose, sliding through, so we'll try the next one lower and pull, and it's gonna take that wire cover right off. So no problem there. So there's one done, and we've got 5 to go. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get these stripped real quick.
Well, Alex is practicing his stripping. Yule says they were from Sculpt Fun. They're engraving and do some cutting more on leather, and I've done 5mm ply. From Sculpt Fun, you probably got a S10 module, their 10-watt module, if you bought it recently. That is not a UV laser. That is a blue light diode laser. Similar spectrum. It's about 100 nanometers off on the wavelength spectrum. But yeah, so there's your difference. It's very different tech. The laser source in that diode module is like maybe 20 by 20 millimeter and like 40 millimeters tall, the whole package, and then you bolt a fan onto it. The module package for the laser source for the 5-watt UV that Alex is using is like, I don't know,
a foot by 1/2 foot.
Yeah,
Like
I was trying to think of it in millimeters to keep it consistent, but yes, it's significantly bigger. You could probably fit 30 of those modules inside of the enclosure for just the source. It is essentially a fiber laser with filtering occurring to get just the UV spectrum. So it's just a different technology. Amanda says, just got my Haoshin 10 watt UV yesterday. We'll be setting it up tonight. Any other videos to help me get started? Owned and operated a CO2 gantry laser for about 6 years. Excited to learn something new.
Yeah, this one later.
Yeah, we'll be doing a lot of UV content in this video. Assuming we don't run into any issues, and I'm knocking on wood so we don't jinx it. But
run out of time.
Yeah, true. But we'll be covering a lot of Alex's setup and process here with the UV once he gets this conversion done, because that way we can actually utilize LightBurn with this laser. Right now he was kind of trapped with EasyCAD 3. But yeah, we have a whole LightBurn for gantry or LightBurn for Galvo crash course.
99% of that is relevant to you.
Yeah. While a lot of it is shown on the fiber as like an example for setup, it's 99% of it is software specific. And if you're going to be using LightBurn, which I hope you will be, you'll have a much easier time with. Then yeah, I mean, that is like a direct correlation to what you're looking to do to get set up. Some of it is probably going to be already known for you, since you're probably familiar with LightBurn, since you've been operating a CO2 gantry, potentially LightBurn. But it's all specific to Galvo. So I would recommend checking that out first. We do have some UV content. Some of it is primarily geared toward projects, while others were bundled into live streams. And I did one a little over, oh man, it's almost a year and a half now. It was the Christmas before this last Christmas. I did a cute little rhymey Christmas video song thing and bundled the settings of the project into the song. It was kind of stupid, but I enjoyed it.
We also have a live stream where we engraved an Oreo with the UV.
Yeah, that too. Maybe a lot less functional.
The whole reason we're doing this project today, right now, is so that we can do more UV content, because I haven't really been able to do it because I've been trapped. So this whole mess today is to enable us to have more going forward as well. But this stream, like Kyle said, there will be a significant amount more that we have to do after the conversion is finished.
Yeah. And the most recent video I think we have on the UV was maybe, 2 or 3 weeks ago. I think the
anniversary
wine glass video went up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we did a batch of wine glasses, which were an anniversary gift. And we did a cool little reverse engrave on the little base pedestal. So like you could see the names of the family members and loved ones on the bottom. Pretty nifty. So every time you took a little sip, it was like a loving reminder. Yeah.
So I finished the wires over here, guys. I gave them a little twist at the end because I feel like tinning them is easier when they've got a little twist and they're a little more solid body. This is the connector we need. If you have an EasyCAD 2 board, your EasyCAD 2 board shipped with all of the connectors you need for every part of this board. So we want to make sure that we're using the correct one. This is the only one we're going to need. These two, again, are plug and play with our laser source, so we do not need to worry about them right now. But this we need, and if you want to confirm it fits, you don't need anything hooked up to it. You can just go ahead and insert it into the board, and you can see what pins you have available to you. But we need to make sure that we are soldering the correct wires to the correct pins. So again, all of the orientations are standard. We're going to have the wide side on the left and the narrow side on the right. And we will number these pins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. All of these wires that we've prepared are going onto this connector. That's how EasyCAD 2 boards work. They all share a connector. So it's going to be crowded on this connector by the time that we are finished. It's going to take some patience, and it's going to take a lot of patience. So just try to stay with us here. Try to keep up. If you have questions, you can ask in chat. But Kyle's going to pull up the chart so that we can start referencing which pins need to go where. We're going to go in numerical order from 1 to 15. So whatever comes up first is the one we're going to do first. And we're just going to work our way down this connector.
You know what might help you as well as anybody else? If they have one of those helping hand soldering holders, or in your case, you also have that pan of ice.
Yeah, I will go grab the pan of ice. That's a great suggestion.
Might help you out. Yeah.
We also don't want to get solder on our control board, guys. So we're going to I'm going to go ahead and throw this on the back table for now so we have a little more room to work. I wish we could get rid of the laser case, but since we're all wired in here, it's just going to have to stay here. And I'm kind of going to be working like this. And that's part of what can make this difficult. So again, you know, just try to stick with us. I'll go as slow as I can. Also, disclaimer, don't learn how to solder from me. I am terrible with a soldering iron. Really, really bad. There are whole channels out there about electronics and soldering that you can watch to get the pro tips on soldering. I will be talking a little bit here and there through the soldering of the wires. There are certainly people out there with way more skill and way more knowledge on this particular topic than me. So do not learn how to solder from me. That is my disclaimer. I'm also looking inside the case here. We've got another zip tie right back here. I think if I cut that one, I can actually feed this back through the case and then turn the case around, and it'll give me a little more wiggle room with my arm there so that I can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and prepare that as well. Back to you, Kyle.
We have another question. What is the material use for a UV? Well, it's not a UV fiber laser. It's just a UV laser. They're two different things.
No fiber.
Yeah. So while it utilizes a fiber source in a way, it is
kind of,
filtered.
But not really.
Yeah, it's not the same, but it's essentially filtered so that the only wavelength coming through to the head and being projected out by the Galvo head is the UV spectrum, which is 355. Yeah.
Yes.
So fiber is 1064 nanometer. So a little different. But anyways, the material that you can work with at the UV is pretty much anything. Plastics, wood, metals, cloth, pretty much anything.
We say you can mark anything, and it's not really meant for engraving. So don't expect to get a lot of depth, but if you're just looking to put a mark on something, you'll be able to mark just about whatever you want. There are exceptions. There are safety exceptions, but
one exception to that rule being wood. You can do some really beautiful woodwork with a UV.
You can.
It's kind of like a CO2 or even a diode, but without the burning. It's almost like it was like branded by an invisible brand. There's no char depending on how you engrave it. Or very light char. It's kind of odd. But yeah. Michael coming in hot with if you need me to send you the apeshit hammer later in this build, let me know. I have a spare.
Oh, yeah. For sure. I'm definitely going to need that by the time I'm done with this.
What's up, Michael? How you doing, bud? Good to see you.
Michael's a very skilled solderer. I wish that I had him here now to help me with this. He's gonna be furious when he sees I don't have any flux.
Bronson says, "Hey Alex, I need to learn how to solder to put a new pin connector on my CO2. I'll be taking notes."
Okay. Good luck.
What do you gotta put a pin connector on your CO2 for? Are you soldering for the solenoid? What are you doing over there?
Getting into trouble.
Glad to hear you're doing well, man.
All right. So, Kyle, what is our first pin here, sir?
Let me go ahead and pull up the chart here. So we're doing the con 4 extension axis, yeah?
We're doing, well, so we are doing, yes.
Let me pull up.
We're a mess.
I'm seeing pin 2 foot switch positive. You let me know.
Yeah. Yep. There we go. Pulled it up. So we got right over here. Yeah, foot switch positive on pin 2. So the odd values are going down the fat side of the connector. The even values are going down the narrow side, the front side of the connector. So just to help differentiate there, you got
And
pin
really
2.
quick, I'm gonna just zoom in on the connector so we can do kind of like the little back and forth again, because I think that's really helpful.
Yep.
So pin 2, guys, is going to be this one right here in the top right there. So that's pin number 2. And one little tiny tip that I can give you about this, and then I'm going to shut up because I seriously am not good at this, is that you can kind of see these connectors have an open side and a closed side towards the inside. And you can actually insert the wire, once it has some solder on it, down in it, and then take the heat away, and it will just freeze in place on the connector. It's very, they're very useful. The downside to these connectors is that this body here, right here, this white bit, is very soft, not at all heat resistant plastic. And if you hold your soldering iron on these for too long, they will melt and your pins will just kind of start oozing out of the casing. So be careful and do your best. You can always pick up more of these on Amazon. They're like 100 for 10 cents or whatever. So they're not hard to come by, but it will delay your project if you ruin one of these connectors.
Yeah. Typically the way I would start this, because I had to do, not on this type of pin, but on a very small switch connector for my air assist kit. It helps to pre-tin everything. So pre-tin the wire with solder, pre-tin the connector with solder. So that way you're not introducing a ton of heat when you don't need to. And then when you have solder on both, you can very easily just overlap the two and touch the end point over one of them, and it will melt the solder together. And you can reduce the amount of heat you have to spread into the device.
I'd also recommend keeping your twisted points as sharp as possible. If you have big, fuzzy, blunt ends on your wiring, you're not going to be able to slip them down into the connector. So just in order to make sure that you get a really good connection, just keeping these like nice and sharp and pointed is going to go a long way in making sure that you're able to get a solid connection there. So something else to keep in mind.
Yeah.
My not expert experience.
My non-expert experience also has led me to believe that flux core soldering wire is much easier to work with than not.
Yeah.
But I'm not a pro. I think most soldering wire is these days, because I think
they call this rosin core solder, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's
the
same thing.
Not an expert.
They want to try and move people away from lead, because like the heavy leaded solder is just really not good for you.
Yeah.
Also, probably a good idea to ventilate yourself while you're doing this, but
yeah, I'm in a very big space, and I have a negative pressure in this room from the Viva Sun Z8 that's always running, so I'm not particularly concerned, but you don't want to huff this stuff. Feel free to make me a normal size, Kyle. I don't necessarily need this part of the tutorial to be full screen.
Matt is hull framing at the moment.
Yeah, I I've been over
Yeah,
here
let's look at
quietly
that.
because I had the CO2 Galvo on, and it's so damn loud.
Yeah.
It did make some cool. Plus, I've been getting my camera ready to show you guys what I did. So, trying to move
Show and
wires
tell, baby.
yeah, because what I'm doing is I figured since we're working with the UV over there, I could show you what the CO2 Galvo do, and then we could see what the UV do. Is that right? I think I said it right. I nailed it.
Help if I turn the soldering iron on. I was like, why isn't it getting hot?
But
Dude,
what
do you want? You got to see the iron I did this with last time.
So the only thing that I've done, well, on the computer anyways, was I was able to come in here and put a second layer on. And if you guys don't know about this, literally just the corner tool. I feel like no one ever talks about this. It's such a great tool. You can make keychains, name tags, take away sharp pointy edges off stuff. So just something that I was doing real quick, getting this ready. So you basically just click the nodes and you can actually do a few things. You can make softer corners and all kinds of stuff too. You don't have to just do this. Let's see. Of course it's not going to work when I'm trying to show you. But anyways, so for the bookmark, that's what I did. And then I can show you guys real quick. Let's see where my ODS is. Of course it's not going to work. Wonderful. Thanks.
Well, Matt fixes that. This is the soldering iron I used last time. Don't buy a soldering iron like this. It just plugs into the wall. That's it. There's nothing to it. You can't change the tip. You can't change the temperature. You can't do anything. And this is going to make your project so much harder than it needs to be. So put that in the garbage where it belongs and spend like 30 bucks. Get one with a real base, a couple accessories, a little variable temperature dial. Some of them will tell you what the temperature is. This one doesn't matter. I just need to be able to turn it up or down in case I'm scorching things. And you're going to be a lot happier with something like this for a little bit. Seriously, the cost difference is like so minimal, a little bit extra money. That's it. Just wanted to throw that in there. You can take me away.
Nice. All right. So look, it's working. Huzzah. So I was just trying to show you guys. Anthony had said earlier, I'm kind of looking away from the microphone. Let me see if I can keep it close to me-ish. Anthony had talked about how it looks pretty good. So he would basically is saying with the UV, there's no soot. And he's right. The edges are the part that actually had soot. The nice thing is on the top, the settings that I've figured out for the CO2 Galvo, there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing to mess away, but it's a really nice textured engrave. But that edge, even with the edge, you can see it's hard to cut through. But that's what's going on. So I was just going to show you guys that. But I do have to mute myself to do it because ask Kyle, it's really loud.
It is an industrial machine.
Yeah. So
Alex, battery time.
Yep.
Let me see. 1 second. Okay. So let's see. And by the way, I have a cutting bed. I probably should use it, but oh well. We'll just, who cares?
Yeah.
So let's see. Let's get it.
We'll make Matt big again for a moment. Michael says, in my opinion, the real value of taking the time to build your own laser this way is the amount of knowledge and experience you will gain by having a comprehensive understanding of how your machine works. Abso-friggin-lutely, man. Mistakes and wins included. Both are valuable. Yes. It gives you the confidence to get in there and fix something when you need it fixed, which is invaluable when you have like a customer job that needs to get done. You're on a time crunch. When something goes down, you can't always wait to get help from somebody else. In the laser world, you're kind of, while there are warranties in a lot of cases, a lot of time those warranties are just relying on other people's knowledge and you still have to do the work. If you're comfortable getting in there and doing the work, then you can just get in there and knock it out. And knowledge is power.
So
That's why
this
this
is
community is so awesome.
the new iron works so well. I actually feel comfortable showing the tinning of the wires, which is pretty cool that it's actually working.
How can I do this? We'll do...
Matt's doing a little lineup over there. It's okay. You can show Matt. I've got 5 wires left I have to do still.
I'm trying to not. It's not doing what I want it to do. Okay, whatever.
So again, we twisted our wires to a really nice point, guys, and we want to just try to keep a really nice point with our solder too. There's a bit too much on here. So I'm just going to heat it up and try to bead off some of that excess. So we've got a nice thin tinned wire ready to go up here, just like that. It's up, and I left another bead. It melts and solidifies so quickly, so you might have to touch it a couple times to get it where you want it. But that looks now hot. That looks really good to me. I'm super happy with that. So I'm just going to keep going from here. You can swing back to Matt. I just wanted to show what the tinned wire looked like with the solder on there.
Yeah. Again, guys, we're not pros, so
especially at soldering.
All right, you're up, Matt. And if Matt's not talking, it's because he muted himself in an attempt to save everybody's ears.
He's a valiant man.
Look at that. Beauteous. Those little flecks of leather off the edge are just from just the edging. So you can a lot of people will actually just take a little blowtorch, like a butane torch, and burn off the little edges. They clean up fine. They're fine.
So pretty sweet, man. I like it. I mean, fast, and what's nice here, just to show you again, like no soot off the engrave, which is pretty wild.
Yeah.
And even this, like, so here's my undirty finger, and then we'll rub it against the side. Ta-da! Not too much going on there.
Yep.
And so my kid drew that with a pencil like 2 days ago. The whole thing is she wants to sell bookmarks at they're having a school event, and she wants to sell bookmarks there. And I told her I'd save the scraps for her to make some cute stuff. So she drew 4 of them, and yeah, here we are.
Very cool, man. Very cool.
And then we'll go see what it looks like. And by the way, if you see that stuff that's there, I do have a cutting bed for these, but since we're just kind of moving quick, I was showing you guys that rubs off with like some alcohol because it's the CO2. If it was the fiber, yeah, that ain't coming off.
No.
Let's see. So
It might leave like a little mark if there's anything burned into the surface, but usually you can use like a little degreaser and wipe it up.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to move my camera over to the UV. We can start playing with that there. But okay. CO2 Galvo, super easy to engrave and cut, man. Super easy. I love it. Really impressed with it.
All right. Bring Alex back up while you shift things around. And I'm just over here being a camera princess.
You are a
Killing
camera
it.
princess.
And my camera princess.
It's because he shaved his beard today. He has to take it easy.
I didn't shave it. I trimmed it. You know, I'm feeling weak.
Yeah.
The beard game got weaker, so it's got to wrap.
You're doing great. Let's see. By the way, for anybody who's wanting to know those settings on the CO2 Galvo, I can bring those up and show you real quick.
I can switch you back 1 sec.
Yeah, so for anybody who is looking for that, don't think I can zoom in.
That's fine. 1500 speed, 9 power, 20 frequency, and that is on a 60 watt Davi source, 0.025 line distance. And he used flood fill. Yeah,
flood fill really helps punch this into the leather and give it the color without having to actually do all of the. I feel like the elongated burning process is like really what gets it. And it's actually 9% power is what I hit it with there. And then the cut, I just did 250. And this works pretty well, especially if I was using my air assist. I didn't have it turned on because I was trying to just go quickly. But 250 speed, max power 35, frequency 25. And I do 5 passes. And this is for 2 to 3 ounce leather. So I think it ends up being like 0.8 to 1.2 millimeters thick usually. So just for people who are wondering.
Yeah.
There you go. And so now I'll show you guys the difference. Ooh, the smell here is so yummy.
The leather smell on the laser.
Yeah, and I see Adamus is saying, my niece has been doing characters using her art and AI. Yeah, my daughter is about to turn 9, I think. Actually, I just hear them hitting the door right now, I think. And that's definitely something that I want to play with her, like, and do that kind of stuff. So it's pretty cool. All right, I have someone at my door. I'll be right back.
How you doing, Alex?
I'm good. I have just one stubborn piece of solder that I'm trying to elegantly clean up. You can see it there on the screen. It's just like a wicked end of one of the copper pieces collected a big clump.
Yeah.
And I'm having a hard time getting the iron hot enough without melting the shit out of everything to take it off in, again, an elegant way. Somebody told me once, maybe it was you, Kyle, a little sandpaper goes a long way with the tip of a soldering iron.
Wasn't me. I'm not super good at that stuff. I know.
Yeah.
I know it's not uncommon to use like a high grit on the end of like a tip to clean it up. You definitely don't want to be breathing that crap in when you do it, but yeah.
Bro, that is like the pro tip of all pro tips. It works so well for me. So I do that a lot.
Yule's tip in chat says add more solder than wipe it.
Add more solder? Make a bigger mess?
Add more solder than wipe.
Okay. I'll try that.
And Tom says more solder, flux, and a hotter iron.
Yeah, I don't have flux because I'm a peasant, but I have more solder and I can certainly turn the heat up. Let's see what we can do about that. Come on now.
It hasn't happened yet, but you might have to do your mic battery.
I'll
let you know. I'll let you know if you cut out.
Did you see something? Come on. It's definitely hot. It's steaming my sponge over here. I just turned it up a little more. We'll give it another second. Like I said, guys, I'm not a soldering teacher.
James says more power. The iron is.
Oh, I did. I'm at maybe 75% of my dial now. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, look at that. Yeah, it just beads right up. That's what we like. There we go. Beautiful. And now the tip of it just needs a little kiss.
Just the tip.
Needs a little extra, yeah. There we go. That's what I want to see. Nice and silver.
And James says you should be able to melt the solder to the iron directly, much better. So yeah, if you put the iron on the top of the wire in the orientation that it is, and maybe let the solder hit the hot iron and then run onto the wire, it might be a little
See,
easier.
I've always been taught, and chat, you can debate this. I've always been taught that you should be melting the solder with the wire, not with the soldering iron itself. So that's always what I've tried to do.
I just do what works at the given time to no particular order.
So
I definitely don't claim to be a pro.
There's our soldered or tinned rather ends, guys. So this is what has worked for me. For the 80th time, I'm not a pro at this, but just enough that there's like some solder on, and when I touch the heat to the pins in the connector, they melt basically and just get stuck inside the pin receptacles. So that's my strategy right there. This is going much smoother than when I did it for the EasyCAD 3 downgrade video for the SFX. And next we're going to mount up our connector. So I'm going to go ahead and put our connector in the pan of ice here. And then Kyle's going to let me know what order to go in and what color wires. And I will try to give you the best view possible. You guys are basically facing the opposite way of my wire tension here. This is about as far as I can pull them out. But I will do my best so that you guys can see exactly what I'm doing as I'm doing it, so that it at least has a little bit of value for you.
You're probably going to want to tin those ends too, just so they melt quick to each other.
Dude, I don't know if I can, dude. These particular white like casings that are holding those pins in place melt like so unbelievably fast. And I'm really nervous to destroy this connector because I do not have an extra, which would end our video here. So I'm going to try it without first.
Do your thing. Do you have heat wrap for those as well?
Oh, yeah. Good call. Shrink wrap.
You'll want to do that before you...
Yeah, because you don't take them off after this.
No.
Great point.
Your only saving grace after that is just hosing the thing with hot glue, basically.
Yeah, I have a very convenient, nice little box of those right here. So we'll just want to find one that fits our wire snugly, but not super tight. If you heat these up too early with the soldering iron, they will shrink around the wire before you can slide them up and over where they need to be. So I think like these black ones should do pretty well. Those look like a good.
If you can slide them far enough up the wire that they're nowhere near where you're soldering.
These are also, you can see how much of our wire that heat wrap is covering right there. This is really, really long, and we have to stuff a bunch of these onto a really small connector. So I'm actually going to cut this in half. I'm going to cut these lengths in half so that we have a little bit smaller tubing. We don't necessarily need it to be that length. That's a bit excessive. So I'm just going to snip these really quick. This is the hardest part, guys. The hardest part. Whew. Didn't get enough sleep last night. Those are dull as shit. Let's get some scissors. These are also dull, but I think slightly less. Yeah, there we go. I'm just going to cut these in half. They should do great.
The soldering pros in chat are saying basically in an ideal world you would have a shorter lead-in and on the ends of the wires, and the wires would essentially be tinned up to where the insulation starts, and then
I
typically cover everything.
I totally agree with that, but I was convinced I was going to make a mistake and that I would need extra length. And I didn't, which is yay, but also like, I mean, I suppose I could cut these down and re-tin all of them, but I don't really want to do that either. So I am going to, how many wires do we have total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to cut these to like 3/4 length, I think should be better. Half wasn't enough. And I don't want to like super glue this connector together. So let's see. Yeah, 3/4. Half would have been too short, but like 3/4 length. Just taking the ends off of these, I think, will be a nice solid length
Just the
for
tip.
that. Yeah, just a tip. Yeah, that's good coverage right there. That should be fine. So I'll try to make them all that size.
Yeah, by no means are we saying this is best practice. This is what Alex is
No.
doing to get it up and running right now.
I'm doing it to be done. Yeah, definitely go consult a pro YouTuber soldering guy to learn how to do this. This is not my gig. I do lasers. All right, that looks great. Those are going to do nicely. So now we just have to pop these all on and get them way down out of the way. That's a problem that I had last time I did this too, is that even like pretty far away, I had spent so much time trying to get the wires into the connector that the heat shrinks were heating up at the opposite end of the wire and shrinking around the wire on the wrong end, which was less than ideal.
Yeah, that's
How are you
not good.
doing? Do you have enough? Yeah, you should be okay. It was not great. That one's a little longer than the others. All right. Should be good to go. Wish me luck, guys. Making this up as I go along here. Ooh, it's a pretty shot. But not what we came here for. We want you. Okay. Trying to get it somewhere where you guys can see, but also I can do it. So I'm just going to fiddle with this for a second. There we go. That should be pretty good. So we get Coke. And what's our first wire, Kyle? I know it's pin 2. We're going to pin 2.
Yep. So
It's gonna be
reminder
this one
to
right
everybody
here.
watching, pin 1 is, or all the odd pins are on the fat side of the connector. Even pins are on the right side, the skinny side. And pin 2, being the top right, is our foot switch positive, which, referring to our notes, our foot
Brown?
switch positive is the blue.
Blue. Okay.
That is brown.
Blue.
That is blue.
Is brown negative? Is that at least close?
Brown is the negative.
Nice. All right.
Wait, no, blue is the negative.
Oh my God, dude, you're killing me. Which wire am I doing?
Brown. You're right.
Okay.
Sorry.
If
I
this was
forgot
a
we
bomb,
switched
we
brown
would've-
and red, not brown and blue. Or, yeah, go ahead. You're good.
If this was a bomb, we'd be dead. You cut the red wire.
The
No,
blue
wait.
wire, the red wire. No.
All right, let's see what I can do here. I'm just going to just get hot and go in. That's what she said.
I might have to switch to the other camera view.
Okay. PTZ.
Yeah, it's just focusing on your hand.
Sorry.
It's okay.
This is embarrassing anyway.
It's okay. Oh, wrong one. We'll just look at this for now.
I also do not at all have like surgeon hands for this. Come on, you're so close. Well, that might just be where that one's going. Let me see if I can. This is the fucking pro gamer move, dude. This works every time. Smells like birthday candles.
Yeah, guys, he does not have flux.
I don't have any flux. Working with what we got today.
We know it's not ideal.
I knew chat would be pissed about this. Can't move my hand enough. Yeah, a bunch of burly electronics guys in chat. She's like, what the fuck is he doing? All right, dude. You know what? I'm going to call that one right there. So blue is pin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right?
We need to take... Let me pull it up again.
Should be blue to 6.
Yeah, we need negative foot switch is 2 down from that. So
Yep.
6. Yes. I'll pull it up on my screen. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because again, evens are all down this side. 2, 4, 6. Foot switch negative.
Mullins isn't here anymore, is he?
If he is, he's probably going to slap you
I
the
know.
next time he sees you.
I know. That's what I'm worried about. Oh man, I keep it's so good. It's in such a good spot, and then I move it at the last second. So I know the camera's moving.
Stable hands is very helpful when you're soldering.
Don't have it. Son of a bitch. People being mean to me in chat.
They're being funny. It's fine.
Don't be mean, guys. I already announced. How many times do I have to announce I'm not good at this? Where's Matt? Shouldn't Matt be doing a thing right now?
We can pull Matt up. Matt, you're a fire over there. You want to chat?
I'm gonna heat shrink these now so you guys can't see them and make fun of me about them.
I would wait until you get all of them soldered before you fuck with that.
Nope.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, that's right. Where's my heat gun?
Mr. Matt, you there?
Matt's dead.
And I know we have a question for Matt up in chat. So when he comes back, we'll pull that up and talk about that.
Matt chat.
Matt chat.
Let's hide these two abominations.
Oh.
You know what? They're going to work, though.
Tom says you should try doing a 55-way cable at 3 a.m. in a muddy field with someone holding a torch.
No thanks.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Yep.
Have you ever
That sounds like a Tom thing.
Have you ever tried splicing an ISP fiber internet cable before? That's always a good time.
Can those be spliced?
Yes, they can.
Oh, those are copper, right?
No, they're fiber optic.
Oh, you can't splice fiber, can you?
Yes, you can.
All right, guess what? This whole
It's
thing
incredibly expensive, and it requires a very expensive tooling. But yes, you can.
That's crazy.
What do you think happens when a major fiber run gets hit by a car and causes a major outage?
I don't know. I thought you just ripped all the cable up and started over.
No. No.
I'm gonna have to hot glue this whole thing, which is what I didn't want to do, but
When
I'm
okay.
concerned that there's going to be. I think we've left too much space open for shorts.
hot glue
at this
is
point.
is a solid solution there.
It is.
Fun story for you guys watching. And if you didn't know, I worked at an ISP for several years doing support. And one of our field techs is a very legitimate story. There was a fiber outage. A car drove through a telephone pole that had an underground fiber optic run leading up to the top to go to surface. And they took the pole out as well as all of the wires that were connected to it. And in the process of repairing that, because it was a very long fiber optic run that went from below ground to above ground, your most realistic option is to repair that, because you can't just rip up an entire sidewalk to fix an outage that you realistically don't want lasting more than a couple hours at most. If you think about it, that fiber optic run is supporting thousands and thousands of homes to the internet or more in a like if it's a back end fiber run. Every minute of downtime is costing the company thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars in credits, plus the cost of repairing it and all the other stuff that they have to do anyway. So what they do is they splice the fiber optic, and you have to splice every individual strand within the bundle. And in order to do that, you have to have a sort of a clean environment. Now, when it's not raining and it's not weathery out, you can do that without a problem and then insulate it back together and protect it, and it's good to go. But when it's raining cats and dogs and you have police 3 or 4 feet away trying to direct traffic, and you have a pothole splashing water against where the fiber optic cables are, you have to get creative. And what they did was they spliced the fiber optic through the pass-through of the minivan that they were using on the service call. And it was cheaper by the time they realized what they had done. They spliced it through one door and out another. It was cheaper to get the fire department to cut the roof off of the vehicle and roll the car out of the way, or the van out of the way, than it was to cut the cable and redo it. So that's what they did. They cut the top of the van off and they removed the cable through the roof, and got it out of the way that way. So there you go. It's cheaper to just toss a $40,000 brand new vehicle than it is to cut a fiber optic cable and redo it from scratch.
By the way, I like Anthony's back end fiber run. Is that when you eat too much salad?
No. So think of like a fiber backbone to support the internet. So like you have essentially like the East Coast is essentially the fiber backbone highway. So everybody in the Northeast is essentially connected through a series of fiber networks that run down the East Coast, many of which kind of culminate in the Carolinas, Virginia, and then kind of disperse through the U.S. You're welcome.
So
I need my next wire before we keep going, because I'm waiting.
Pick a color.
I would prefer the X Deer Plus and the X Pole Plus.
Okay, so X Deer Plus is the black wire.
Okay, black. And
hold on, I'm reading.
what did you write, man? It should just be a connection name and a color.
Yeah, it's X Deer Plus is black. I was looking
what
at
else?
where it was
What's-
going on the Con4 extension axis, but
Oh,
it's
I know where it's going. What's the X Pulse Plus?
X Pole
Black
Plus
and-
is green.
Black and green. Black and green go together.
Yep. So X Pole Plus is green. X Deer Plus is black.
Excellent.
So,
right.
real quick,
You're good, man.
while he's doing that, you want us to tell you about what we've been doing if you just joined over here on our side?
Yeah.
So, if you just joined, see everyone, you can see yourself right there. Yeah, she's very excited. I was trying to get this done on the UV2, the CO2 Galvo, and the UV. But long story short, she drew these pictures, and I was recording. So the good news is I did record this on ODS, so I can show you guys this kind of stuff, which, by the way, Mother's Day is coming up and Father's Day is coming up, and this is the kind of stuff that I would get stupid over. Not going to lie. Alex, what do you think? If you got something that Nugget made for you, Felix made for you?
What's ODS?
OBS.
OBS. I'm tired.
I know. Yes.
It's
yes,
when I'm
100%.
feeling odd.
I love keeping my
Anyways.
kids' art. I'm kind of a fiend about it.
Yeah, so basically she made these for school. And again, if you've been here the whole time, oh, look, Miss Miranda says hi. You can see this is literally what she drew on paper the other day. And so we took that, and I literally just took my phone, and I can show you guys. I just took normal pictures, right? And this is stuff that Kyle has talked about before on the channel. Oh my gosh. Library. Yep. So just took the picture. There you go. And I sent them to Kyle in chat, actually, so you can actually see the pictures on my screen. That's why I was trying to set the. Oh, there they are.
I can see it.
Yep.
As soon as I walk in, I'm like, what are those?
And so, long story short, from there we went to bring them over here as a picture from our files, and that was pretty much it. Like, we brought them in, we did a quick grab. I'm trying to find my downloads. Let's see. Boop. So we did this right here. We brought it in. We traced the image. We pulled the threshold up to where we got lots of lines from it. So really nice thick lines. We kind of hit the end of the threshold there. And then from there, we did some cut shape so that we could basically isolate our images a lot easier. So cut shape here, deleted the outline, realigned these to be more centered, like you see them here. And then we put a cut box around this, and we took the edges and we made those rounded corners from the rectangle, did a cut line, and then the settings Kyle and I went over before for the CO2 Galvo. To engrave, it's 1500 speed, 9 max power, frequency 20, with a line interval of 0.025 and flood fill turned on. Then we did the intercut for 250, 35 power, 5 passes, 25 frequency. And we were able to like knock these out super fast. I think the whole thing took maybe like 30 seconds. And so we would do the same thing for the other pictures. So the next one will be this one. Yep, the your unitastic cupcake-orific.
I saw words.
And almost done, right?
Access like bookmarks.
So that's what we were looking at. And like I said, the good news is it is recorded. So let's go back to this thing. So it is recorded for you guys. It'll be in a video in the future, and I can show you guys how to do that for Mother's Day and Father's Day.
Yeah.
Annoying.
So, yeah, because I know that's something that a lot of people ask about. I feel like they have, especially for like, they have a lot of questions about that. Like in the LMA, people have said, like, how do you do thumbprints? How do you do these things? And really, the first thing is just nice. And again, it started with this, which is a nice contrasted image. So this is like the gray and white. If you know, the darker the image, the better, I feel like. So you can get a high contrast for a nice threshold image trace. So
Evelyn did a beautiful job.
oh yeah, and then hold them up, let them see. There you go. You gotta love my amazing cameramanship here.
Cameramanship.
Okay, all right.
So I'm actually on a live stream.
Yeah, can you guys hear her or no?
Whoa.
Yep, we can.
Perfectly.
Just barely.
Oh my gosh, they can hear you today. Talk to them. Tell them what you think.
It's awesome.
It's not the mic that hates her. It's Discord.
It is Discord. It's true.
I actually always thought the mic hates me.
Anyways, all right, yeah, and so somebody earlier said, "Oh, yep." Yule said, "Great job, little one. Make all of your ideas become reality."
Word.
All right, love you. See ya. You take him inside. Show mommy. Okay, so back to the UV laser now. Twitch gameplay. All right. Yeah, by the way, Kyle sent me a message going like, "You there, buddy? Everything okay?" And I was like, "Yeah." That when her plus her two brothers come home, it's basically just insanity. Nothing but a ball of energy, 3 balls of energy flying through the door. And Miranda said, "Love you, go away." Yep, that's exactly right. Anyone who's a parent knows. Even if you're not a parent, you get it.
I've melted my first pin on the connector, and I'm trying to melt it back into place now. If I can do this, guys, anyone can.
By the way, Yules had mentioned looking into a machine for UV printing. I'm actually going to the ISA next week, which is the International Signage Association. And I'm going to be in Orlando filming. It won't be a live broadcast, but it'll be filming and should be up. Hopefully, as soon as I get home, it can kind of just go up and we'll have some live footage of things, some interviews. I'm really excited to see the Red Line series from Aeon that's coming out. So reached out to them to make sure we could get some footage of that. But that's one of the things on my list. I really want to go meet, I think it's called JDS IP or something like that, JDS Equipment. They do UV printing, and I would love to learn more about that. I know Alex does not a fan of
anything involving ink is an immediate nope. F this. I'm out from Alex.
That's true.
Yeah. Well, the good news is I've got a garage. I got money. Be like, let me get one of them. All right, I'm gonna move some stuff around here. I actually set up some glass because I know people had asked about glass, so I figured we could do like a quick ornament, like take a look at it and then see what it looks like under the microscope.
That sounds cool.
Ugh. I still got a few ornaments left.
That is probably something I'm going to be giving a shot this year myself too. I meant to do it last year, and I missed the boat on.
Yeah, that's one of the
order
things you definitely need to. If you can get them, is the closer you get to Q4, the more in price they go up. Just because
Yeah.
supply and demand.
Yep. It was my own doing. I considered ordering them and getting them in too late, and by the time I got them in, I would have been only just barely catching the people who were doing last minute gifts, essentially. So
Let's see how loud this is.
ideally, you want to be ready to go with anything Christmas related by like mid-October, because that gives you a buffer to make sure you have everything ready to go for like November when people are actually planning their purchases.
Dude.
How you doing, bud?
Poorly.
Uh-oh.
I hope this one is the same size. I think this just might be done. I think I'm gonna have to try again.
Oh no.
Oh boy. All right. Well, lots of room for improvement. Yeah. Husk of garbage. So the first thing I'm going to do to improve this situation is I'm actually going to, I didn't remember that the green and black get soldered together. And so I just kind of twisted them together and tried to solder them into place, and that didn't really work super well for me. So I'm going to twist them together while they're still
Well, you're
like
pre-tinning.
like fibers. Yeah, pre-tinned.
Those get twisted together?
Yeah.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, look at the pinout.
That's why I was confused. I'm like, why are there two things going to one connection? This doesn't seem right. I thought I was misreading.
Nope. Okay, I'm just going to mix up all this copper and give it a little twist here.
Yule says it seems to be the next step for laser machines, cutting, engraving custom items, and printing on them. Yeah, I mean, that's already a thing. A lot of people are sublimating or UV printing onto even acrylic or plywood, and then engraving or cutting things out on those. And it's not just that. Pretty much any product. You could do light switch covers. You could do whatever. There's a lot to do with that. And they say, I have been working with engravings and resin and was planning for color. Pro tip. Don't engrave resin directly. It's poisonous. Even non-toxic resin is poisonous when you engrave it. So don't do it. And it off-gasses some nasty crap for like an extended period of time. Andrew says, what did I miss? Alex ripped his laser apart, and we're now removing the he already removed the EasyCAD 3 board, and we're in the process of watching him tin wires to solder in a new connector for his EasyCAD 2 board. And
it's going poorly.
And we backed up to pre-tinning again. That's where we're at. Nothing failed at all. It's nothing but learning here.
I'm perfect.
Can I cut Kydex with a fiber laser?
No.
Can you or should you? The answer to that is probably not.
No, it's just no.
Yeah.
No.
You don't want to do
or
that.
any kind of laser for that matter. You're just not laser cutting Kydex.
Kydex is impregnated with resin.
It's not a good thing to
and
do.
has carcinogens in it that you don't want to inhale. And also continues to off gas after you cut it. So not really ideal. You don't want to do it if you can avoid it. It's just not good. If you do it, then, I mean, you're doing it at your own risk, and we don't want to know.
You know, you just said do, and I'm here for it.
Yes.
When you do it, it'll do you.
James said on the plus side, no zapping. Just a connector with too much heat, right?
Yep. Not been shocked yet. There's still room for that.
There's an improvement from last time. We're holding that still. We'll take it.
There's plenty of room for me to get shocked. So we are not out of the woods.
Do you want the other pairing colors to twist together while you're at it? Or are you just going to focus on that one first?
No. There's no more that are twisted.
There's not? What about the X? So you have X plus, X pull plus, and...
Oh, shit.
You double checking the thing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, James, we're not saying we're soldering on an energized circuit. We're saying Alex has hit the EMI filter by accident several times. And those can hold a charge for an extended period. That is cut off from the rest of the system. But if you physically touch the connectors, you will zap yourself. What if it still has a charge? Bronson, I'm just not going to respond to that.
No, we're good. I thought I messed up, but we're good. I'm not second guessing myself. This is definitely the hardest thing for lay people. I think this is the hardest part of the process here.
We appreciate you, James. Thank you for the tips.
All right, foot switch plus is brown, right?
Let me go back to my chart. Positive is brown, negative is blue.
All right, we're doing those last. Which one is X pulse minus?
X pole minus is red.
Red. All right, red's next. Or first, rather. I'm going to go bottom up this time. So I run out of space as I go higher. All right.
You're doing the negative foot switch to the which one?
No, I'm doing X pull minus to 15.
Oh, sorry.
Red.
Yeah. Yep.
Why is all right? Time out. I'm being lazy and my iron isn't getting hot enough, and it's because it's all scorched. And I'm not taking the time to fix it, and it's just making things more difficult for me. I need to start over. So let me get some fresh sand. I turned the heat off so I can do it without burning the shit out of the sandpaper. Getting a fresh Coke because I'm starving.
All right, I guess we can give this a shot real quick.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah,
Everybody look at Matt.
Good timing. Don't look at me. Look at that over there. So really quick, just so you guys can see, I'll show you what we got going on. So I just grabbed an Yggdrasil. Why not, right? And so just to show you guys, we switched over to my UV. That's a terrible name. Anyways, let's see. So got the brass colored acrylic. So these are things that I've come up with. And I think a couple might be from Kyle because he and I have the same source. So we played around seeing how things work on each other's machines. And glass engraving.
It's the title of my book.
Frosted white. So we'll assign that. And to show you guys that. That is speed 180, frequency 45, Q pulse of 1, and it's a fill with a bidirectional fill, and the line interval is 0.015. So pretty tight line that's kind of overlapping it there. And we'll just do, I guess, fill all shapes at once. I have it. Oh, you know, we'll just keep it what it is. We'll just keep it what it is. But since we're putting it on glass, we're gonna invert it. Boop. don't think it really matters since we're looking at it, but let's cut back over to it. And this literally could just be a mess up. Like, this is always fun focusing this. I'm actually getting some focus sticks from We Do Widgets. Hopefully soon. I think Kyle might be getting a set too.
Yes,
So,
and we showed those off yesterday on the CO2 Galvo live stream.
oh, I know. I was watching, and that's one of those things where, like, I'm very excited to get them because I literally was sitting here. You guys could see me using my old centimeter stick to get going there, and I was like, "Oy, okay." So let's see. We'll hit frame, and let's see what happens. There you go. Looks like something's going on. So yay us.
There's something happening.
And I definitely framed this super fast so that I could get this done. My wife just sent me a text like, I need the clothes brought over to the machine. Oh, We Do Widgets. Thank you, sir. They were getting shipped later today or tomorrow. Oh, you the best.
Thank you, man.
I've never used the focal stick. I literally was telling Alex I have so much scrap acrylic and I just don't think about it. So basically, Kyle was talking about this earlier. And you guys can kind of see, I don't want to mess with the camera because it's nice and focused, pretty clear. Why am I not recording this? Now I am. So basically, it's nice and clear. We've got the nice and white. So this is the frosted white, and I can't, for some reason with UV, you can't really stop it, or at least you didn't used to be able to. So I'm always very leery to stop anything in the middle of the job. But what you'll notice is the line interval is a lot tighter. And so basically it's just kind of like overlapping itself a little bit to help create that frosted look. The speed is pretty slow, but what's nice is the time that you spend lasering is time that you do not have to spend processing afterwards. Like, this is done. I wipe it with a melamine sponge real quick, which is basically like the little, I think all of us have them in our garage, the Mr. Clean bar, cleaning bar. I give them a quick wipe, hit it with compressed air, and it's ready to get a ribbon tied in it and call it a day.
Kyle, exterior minus is yellow.
Yes.
Great, thanks.
Yule wants to know where you found the glass.
So I actually bought these in a group buy. So I went in with a few people who bought these, and they were on, I believe, Alibaba. We got them.
If you don't want to buy them by the 4 to 5 digits quantity, if you don't want thousands and thousands of them, you can get them from like Johnson Plastics or
yeah, I was actually going to bring that up.
A couple of them actually have varieties of how the edges look or the shapes too. So like where the one Matt's showing has like those I don't really know what the side finish is called, but they're like, it's like a jewel shape.
Like beveled is what I call it.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's a fancy word for it.
There's like little bevels in it that kind of remind me of like a diamond cut kind of deal.
Yeah, so here you go.
There's also like a flat bevel, like a rounded bevel, and then there's all kinds. So,
and just to tell you guys what I sell them for and what I buy them for. So this is actually one, Anthony actually has these. So you could probably talk to him. I think he's got these exact ones too. But Johnson Plastics Plus has them. Like I said, if you wanted to buy a 12 pack for $40, it basically ends up being, let me do this real quick.
So like $3.50 or $4 each, something like that.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like if you're paying more than $4.50 for them, it's kind of a problem because then it starts to eat into the value.
I just realized you guys can't see what I'm looking at and showing you. So there you go. Yes, you're absolutely right, Kyle.
Yeah.
So this is where you could, if you do, like you all said, have you've got a DTF or you've got the or not direct to fiber,
The UV printer.
yeah, direct to like UV printer, like direct to item, where you can do that. Sublimation sometimes works with some of these things. And then I see these facet crystal ornaments, so view product. That looks pretty close.
Yeah, they have a bunch of styles. I think when I was looking through the site the other day, I was actually looking at these, and I'm pretty sure they had like 8 varieties or something. If you go up to if you guys go to the site and go to the marking area, there's like a marking engraving blanks drop down. You can very specifically find these.
Yeah, and I just typed in glass ornament, and most of these popped up.
Yeah.
The unisub hardwood circles and stuff like that, I'm really excited about. I think we might be getting some more colorful items coming soon, like the ways to make some colorful stuff. So really excited to try some of these. But I will say these, I did these for $10 a piece for a large group. So basically, once they hit certain stop-off points, and I can't remember them offhand, but I did it for a local school. They wanted 30 of them, and I did those for 12 a piece. And then basically another group wanted 100 of them, so I did those for I think 10 a piece. And the nice thing is, when you can buy a 12 pack for $42, that basically comes out to like $3 and some change for putting the file into your computer. And the nice thing is, you can kind of see I've got this up here. I've got a little spot for it that I usually put it in. Usually this circle lines up with my hex bolt that goes in, and that's kind of where I put stuff. But just to do something really fast today, I just moved this bar over. But basically set up a jig or some type of a fixture where you can do that. Kyle loves fixtures and jigs. I'm more of a let's just like I'll put something together. But yeah, so that's pretty much it.
If
I'm
going to be doing a lot of something, I make it efficient.
For awards, I actually have done quite a few awards. Let me see if I can find you guys some. But for glass awards, what's really nice is you can buy a blank for like $20 or $15 to $20 and easily sell them for $75. I actually had one of my former clients came back to me yesterday because he said, "Hey, I was looking online. I was just going to get them done because I've been really busy." And he goes, "I was just going to get them done online, but they cost $85 a piece. And on top of that, shipping made them $104 by the time they got to me a piece." And I was like, "Oh my God." I said, "So $75 doesn't sound so bad, and waiting a few days, does it?" He's like, "Nope." So I've got 3 of those getting ordered right now. And so basically you're making $50 a piece for the same thing, and you're just changing a name. So
Yep.
Just to show you guys.
This stream is not sponsored, but Johnson Plastics Plus does have a discount code with Laser Everything. That is in the description. It'll save you 15% and it'll help support us.
Yep.
So if you want to save some money and you like us, or even if you don't and you just want to save some money, there you go.
Yeah, and the code is YLR-ZDF, all capitals, in case you wanted to go in there.
At least currently.
Yep, currently. But the link is the best.
If that code expires, we'll update it.
Yeah, I'm really interested, too, just to kind of see what they've got, some other items they've got here. So for glass ornaments, it looks like we're on that first page. What kind of glass trophies we've got here? So I like this one. I really would like to do. There's actually a bar downtown that makes mead. This might be kind of cool to make them some glass ornaments, and that's the kind of thing you could literally crank out 12 of them and get your money back pretty easily. So let's see. Alex, how you doing over there, man?
Good. I miscounted pins and soldered the double wire to the wrong connector. So I'm cutting off the heat shrink, removing that wire from that connector, and trying again. This is not a light thing, guys. Downgrading a board is certainly difficult. And for much better instructions on how to do it, I highly encourage you watch the video I made the first time I did this. because it has the magic of editing, and it goes a lot smoother and it's a lot easier to learn from. I think this stream is probably really good for people that want to see what it's like in real life, which is messy and difficult. But for the educational aspect of it, for actually learning how we're doing this and why, I really do recommend that video if you haven't seen it. So
And
definitely
if
check
you
that
haven't
out.
seen it, I'll show you real quick what that one is.
What the fuck? Is this not the right size connector? Am I nuts? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Might
5,
be.
6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It is. This goes on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh my God, you look so different.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
And so what's really nice about this, while Alex is counting over there, it talks to you about where to get your CZ boards, the right ones that you need, the supply list of all the different things that you need, like the soldering tools. We've got all the links and everything that you'll need for that. Taking apart your case. I mean, like literally case configuration, EasyCAD 3 controller overview. Now, this is for a fiber, correct? The one that you did before?
Yeah, it was a fiber. Oh.
So it'll be a little bit different because, again, today we're using the digital board, and we kind of talked about that earlier. If you just got here, the digital board is for the UV. So a little different. One speaks analog, one speaks digital. But the same thing, the pinouts that we're showing you right now, this is for a different machine, but making sure you know what the pinouts are, and that's what Alex is working on currently. And you got the EasyCAD light controller overview, and he literally goes through what each section is, and you can kind of see all these different things here. So it goes through and then talks about the swap, disconnecting the EZ3 board, rewiring the inputs, and then finally getting to Rotary even, connecting the power back, and then all the modifications and stuff. So there you go. Let's see. Oh boy. Let me go take a look back at this real quick. I'm going to put you right there. So this, just to show you guys the processing, and this probably isn't centered. I told you guys I was doing this fast for you, but whoa. So that's the amount of stuff that's left over. That's the residue that's on the glass. I usually wipe this. By the way, that is basically fiberglass, so you got to be careful with this. You don't just want to dust it off and then breathe it in your face, really, you know. So make sure you take care of that the right way. And then turning it around, that's it. So that is the, let's see if I can get a little bit better shot. There you go. So that's the engraved piece right there. So just tossing it on there real fast to show you guys how it looks. Pretty nice. And then that's it. That's the cleanup. I just wiped it off with the melamine and called it a day. So Mr. Clean, wipe, and you're good to go. All right, let's get out of me. Let's go back to you. So we're looking at you now, Alex, just so you know.
Great.
And then some guy behind the curtain, a.k.a. Kyle. And then I figured I would show you guys. So this is why, by the way, this is why Alex is downgrading the UV, right? So in case people just got here, talk to us. What was the point of downgrading it?
Kyle.
Oh, he's dead. He's gone.
Oh, I'm focused. What's the point of downgrading it, Matt?
So the point of downgrading it mainly is to use with LightBurn. So EasyCAD 3 is a very, I don't want to say it's complex. I mean, I guess it is because you're working with three-dimensional items and three-dimensional things, but it's one of those skills and programs you have to learn to use. So you're one of very few people who have those skills, and it's just one of those things that if and when it breaks, if you're trying to work on something, it's a lot more difficult than if you were working with LightBurn, which is made for EasyCAD 2 boards and compatible with them. So that's why we're downgrading to the EasyCAD 2. because the shop is reopening, there's going to be lots of different jobs that are coming in. And basically, we'll be able to, I guess, Alex can show anybody who's working in the shop, whether it's Chris or Rhiannon or Miranda, anybody can work with it and knock stuff out.
Yeah.
And now Kyle's back. Yay.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
This guy right here. So I was just showing people this in case anybody wanted to see it again. This is why Alex is downgrading. So this is really nice. So this is the front side of it that's nice and smooth glass. And this is the engraved side. And again, it was a fast toss it onto the machine so we could take a look at it. I'm actually going to set up my microscope real quick. Yeah, the microscope.
Scopey scope.
So I will put this back on here.
Oh my god, that took so much longer than it needed to.
Yeah.
I was
Alex
like, why won't the solder melt? And then I realized that the stupid battery was dead. Yeah. So I was just sitting there holding a cold iron to the fucking solder because I'm an idiot.
Well, you had said very nice piece. Also with a jig, you could do the dual tone images on glass. Definitely can. One of the things that I guess I'll show you real quick. We also have another setting. Again, this is the machines really are finicky. So like what works for me might not be what works for everybody. So, you know, mileage may vary.
Yeah.
But just a general. So that's the frosted white that we just done that I gave you guys those settings for earlier. The general settings I'm using, and this kind of looks more like what a CO2 would generate.
It's way better.
You know, it is better, but it's like
it's more sandblasted into the surface.
Yeah, it's like got that clear look instead of the frosted look. It's really nice. So it's 400 speed, frequency 40, pulse width. No, this can't be right because this is back to like old settings, isn't it?
Yeah, that's old settings.
Oh, these are my old settings. Oh, I'll have to take that and modify it. So we do have this one. Maybe
go back to your frosted white.
Frosted white.
Yeah, that's basically what I do on mine. One pulse width. I do 40 frequency, and depending on what I'm doing, between 300 and 500 speed. And I'll do like 2 passes for like a deep engrave on glass. If you go a little bit slower, you could do it in 1 pass. You end up with like a frosted look with a little bit more frequency. Yeah, it's nice.
Let me see something. Well, that was fortuitous. I was gonna have to unplug my main camera anyways, and it just died. Like immediately died when I went to go touch it. Just
nice.
Yeah, so we will instead actually, you know what? Here we go.
Oh my god.
Alex, you're losing it over there?
No, I'm just not set up for this, and I'm irritated because my stupid pan of ice is just like flopping all over the place like fucking fish. And it's dumb to sit there and hold it when I can just get a fucking drill and just drill it into the table. Like, that's where I'm at. So I'm going to get my drill. I'm going to get a goddamn screw. And I'm going to screw it into the table.
Real quick, Kyle, can you pull up what? Oops. Wait, is that still? No, that's not working.
Mute you for a minute, Alex?
No.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Here you go.
Keep going, Matt.
I was gonna say, can you pull up on Amazon the microscopes that we use from the buying guide?
Yeah.
To show people like while I'm getting ready, I guess, here real quick.
Yeah, so just what I'm doing here is, I'll share my screen. There we go.
I was gonna hold it up to the camera, but it died. So
Yay.
yeah, womp womp.
Hang tight. Just loading it up.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so we're gonna go to the program. The camera.
Sure. There we go. So I'm over here on the buying guide, and microscopes would go under PPE and laboratory equipment. And we're just going to go down to microscopes. And this is one of many options. So if I click on this, this just allows you to have a digital zoomed in, like very close up shot of what you're looking at. So you can very clearly see what's going on at the surface. And it's usually connected through a USB cable. Oftentimes you can connect them directly to your computer through the USB cable. I don't know specifically if this one does. Maybe Matt can share that. But
Yeah, actually,
some of them you can connect through Wi-Fi to your phone. And they're cheap. You can get them for between like 25 and 45 bucks. Mine's like a standalone unit. This one, just like this one, but mine has a screen attached to it, so I can use it as a standalone thing. Some of them you have to connect to something to see. So that was it.
Yep, and then I've got mine set up. You can see it's very. I'm actually changing the battery in my camera real quick.
He's working on it.
So hopefully I can show you guys. Oh, yep, nope, I'm dumb. Okay, cool. Oh boy. Okay. There we go. Almost, guys, almost. All right. We're just going to get a little sloppy here. Just hit the live USB streaming. Let's see if this works. Hey, I'm back. Okay.
I see a Matt.
A wild Matt has appeared. So, man, look at how much gray I have in this hair. Holy crap. You see this?
Salt and pepper. Sexy.
Yeah,
man.
something like that.
Look at you.
Holy shit, I look old. All right, everybody. So today, welcome to Laser Everything. We're going to be working with some really cool devices. Gizmos is what I like to call them. Anyways, so let's see. Taking a look to show you guys, and I do have to go soon because I did just get yelled at again through love. So this is the camera, and it's literally just plugged in through a USB and a mini HDMI or whatever. But that's basically it. So it has a plus and a minus focus. So basically like fine focus, and then it's got the major focus, and it's nice. It's got a little light, some LEDs inside of it. And it's when you can actually see ourselves in the camera right now. So you take this, and what I've got, I was going to show you guys. I just made a card for a friend of mine whose father passed away. So I put a little message on there. He's the guy who made my logo. So contigo siempre, right? And then I've got the glass that I can show you guys. So let me switch over to this thing. So, yep, there's us. There's the camera far away. It looks like garbage. So let's start with this, right? Oh, no. Come on, you're killing me, Smalls. I turned it off with my big fat hands. My meaty paws.
It happens.
Yeah, well. Grr. Okay, you can watch me for a second while I fix it. So the nice thing is you go in here, you click on camera. Search for apps and settings. Here we go. Anytime.
Miranda, of course, came in at the right time just to see you showing us a blank screen.
Hi.
Very timely of you.
Here it goes. Okay. So just to show you guys, here we go. So this is just the letter. And so that's really nice. Just from really quickly focusing, you guys can see what our aluminum marking looks like. So this is the anodized aluminum. And so this is what it looks like when you're just doing a normal engrave. Pretty nice. That keeps that rigid texture. And then as you go up, this is where you can look at your line, your spacing, when you're doing engraving, to see if this picture looks nice. And so it can actually zoom in even farther. So this is where it's really nice. You can see, I mean, how's that look to you, Kyle? Pretty good?
Wunderbar.
Yeah, I don't speak Spanish. But
What?
What? I don't know. All right, so then what ends up happening is you can zoom out, though, to see more of like a macro scale. Right? Still pretty nice. So that's where it's really cool. If you do see issues, you can really zoom in like up here. I see, let's see, this is where it gets hard to operate this. You guys can see that one really long line. We can kind of zoom in on it. And we could sit there and really fine tune and take stuff. So I'm pretty happy with that. But then just to show you guys what the glass looks like. So this is what it looks like underneath the microscope. And so we zoomed in. Right now it looks like we're at like 750 power. And it is tough to see because I've got a black background. You know, we could move it off of this and probably put some more light on it. But I don't know. What do you think, Kyle? Look pretty good? What do you think?
Yeah.
So very granular. And that's one of the things that's nice about it. You'll notice that it literally, there's no fracturing. So if we were looking at CO2, and I wish I had some glass that was done with CO2, you would see micro fracturing. Whereas this is almost like it's being ablated and crystallized back to like a granular form. Let's see if we can lift it up to some light.
Think about like you ever see that movie Independence Day? When like the alien ship blows up the White House.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's just like the it's like a nucleation point for like an explosion that spreads. Think of the CO2 on glasses like that, where it's just creating like jagged ripples in the surface across as it drags across.
Oh, that looks nice.
It creates very sharp edges at the tips because it's literally fracturing the surface of the glass. And if you're not careful, or if you're using really thin glass, it can be really easy to actually shatter the glass.
Yeah.
So you can actually overpower it and just completely nuke the glass into pieces.
And so what's really nice about this one, though, is if you guys look, you can actually see those little flecks of flaking where it's, like I said, it's almost like recrystallized it, turned it into its own little structure. I don't know if that's what's happening because I'm not a glass expert, but it's pretty nice.
It's just straight up ablating.
Yeah, and so that's it. So that's the farthest we can get. But I really like that look right there. And so when you think about what sandblasting does, where it's literally just blasting the surface to impact it, like that's kind of what it looks like. We actually had a piece before where we confirmed that it did look more like sandblasting. So there you go. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So any hoozle. right.
Looking beautiful, bud.
All right. And then speaking of looking beautiful, right? So this thing is definitely worth, and thank you. He said, nice spacing, up the DPI a touch. Yeah, I actually, with the settings I use, I try to keep it at like 350, 325 to 350. I definitely could go up, but because, and this is where I'll zoom in.
Changing the DPI will substantially change the look of a resulting product.
Yeah, and
so especially with glass where it shatters outward or it's ablating outward from your beam landing point. We talk about it a lot in the photo episode, but you actually end up with a heat affected zone with a beam where the center of your beam essentially is providing your ablation power, but the beam is actually like this big. And that's where we start talking about like beam quality, where the outsides of the beam is actually causing a heat affected zone as you drag the beam across the surface.
So that's exactly what happened. So just to I wish I could show you. I threw it away because I was trying to declutter. You can ask Alex. I was up till 3:00 last night decluttering because you just get into those like I want to do it now situations. But anyways, so this was the optimal. Let me see if I can. Ooh, there you go.
Big?
Yeah, that's good. And it's not perfect, I know, but it's hard to get the lights blasting it. But what ends up happening with this is the background was so white. If I raise the DPI up to 375, exactly what Kyle said happened. It just made the image crap.
When you're working with a dithered image, you get really good detail up to a point, and then it just goes to hell when you go over.
And so because it was for a friend, and also because it was just something I'm trying to make for him real quick. This is probably the best it's gonna be because the image, I couldn't request a better image because it is kind of a surprise. He doesn't lasers aren't really something he's into, so I know he won't watch the channel, which is why I don't mind showing you guys. He's actually somebody who does, I've made him some really cool brass stamps. He does calligraphy and stamps, and so I've actually made him some relief for the wax, like the seals. Pretty cool. So anyways, all right, gentlemen. Well, I told my wife I'd be done by 3:30, and it's 3:33.
You think I should show him the knife?
Oh, you could. I think anybody who's here, that's kind of like their treat.
It'll be a surprise for a future video. Yeah, I'll show him.
Yep.
You go do your thing. Happy wife, happy life.
Sure.
Just yeah, it's fine. So
Alex, good luck, friend. He's like, F it.
He's still muted.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
You're unmuted now. I didn't know if you wanted audio or not, Alex.
It's probably good that I have been muted, but you can leave it off now.
Okay. So
I want to see this.
Basically, at this point, just trying to resolve definite shorts.
Okay. That's fair.
So,
I'm showing off the knife I did the other day.
This thing looks so dope. Oh, man. Look at that.
And I'm trying to get... I want to try and show a little bit of the depth. I know I screwed up right here. You can ignore that. But look at the... maybe this side will be easier. There's like a solid 0.5 millimeter of drop in that engrave.
Yeah, look at that, dude. Oh, it's so nice.
It's like so grippy. It's like holding on to sandpaper. It's really nice. It feels really good. And then as a bonus, I did a little blade to match. So it's like a match set.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I thought it was cool.
Super dope. Mike C said, fire. Nice. And you all said, very nice texturing.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
Matt's wife said, I want a divorce.
Well, and that's when I really thought about, just making sure that she knew I loved her and that I was leaving right now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see you later, bud.
Bye.
All right, man. I think I'm done. What a nightmare this was.
You're all connected.
I
Well,
mean,
the plus
might
side
be-
is if you're really good at soldering, this whole process will be very easy for you.
yeah, for real. Yeah, that was just the worst. Oh,
I did some Yule says he does blades with anime on them. I actually did a couple with dad jokes on them, like the replacement blades that come with it. I did some dad jokes. So on one side of the blade, it has the joke, and on you flip it over, it has the answer.
so this is something I'm going to showcase right now that I am a pro at, which is called resolving shorts with hot glue. And can we get a little zoom action there, Kyle?
Yeah, buddy.
So basically, I don't want
can-
the ends of any of this crap to touch the ends of any of the rest of it. And the connector is so melted and effed up at this point that I can't really guarantee that with the heat shrinks alone. So I'm just going to encase this entire connector in hot glue. It'll get all up in between the different solder points that we have there, and it will cover any of the unused connectors in essentially plastic so that we have a really nice insulated area. So I'm really going to glob it on. I want to fill all of those areas.
And if you've ever wondered why you've ever seen a connector when you take something apart that's just covered in glue like this, you now know why. What I like to do if I do something like this is I will, even if it runs off, I will let it pool up, and then I'll just take like an X-Acto blade and just trim the edges off.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm trying to get it at least
the
a
business
little bit
card will
flat.
help take the worst of it off, so you're not trying to chisel through a thick glob of it.
Yeah. Well, you were supposed to protect my table. You let me down. All right. And then I'm actually going to unbolt. So this is what happens, guys. I get so mad that I just go ape shit. So now I need to unbolt this. Where's Mullins with his ape shit hammer? Oh, come on.
Don't strip the head.
I'm not gonna. I think this is a steel, but get that out of here. Try to get this one out of here. There we go.
There it goes.
All right. So now I can actually move this again, and we can turn it around and glue the other side. There's definitely some uncovered connectors on this side over here.
We'll zoom back in here.
You want a lot. It's not supposed to be like a delicate thing. You want like a solid block of glue all over this by the time it's done. There we go. The more glue you use, the less likely you are to have a short in your final connections. So we're actually not done with the hot glue today. We'll use it again when we're installing our power, which is going to be the next sketchy ass thing that we do the totally wrong way. If we wanted to do it the right way, we would order a 5-volt power supply from the internet, and we'd wait for it to come, and then we would install it. But we're not really about that today. So I'm going to grab one of my 5-volt DC power supplies with a matching current rating. We're going to cut it down and forcefully install it into the machine, because a DC power supply is a DC power supply for the most part, especially for something like an EasyCAD board. Probably wouldn't do it for something like the Source, the scan head. It's a lot more sensitive equipment, but the controller is just a little computer. And so I have zero concerns about just using like a normal electronic device DC power supply for that. Let's up these ends here.
Yule says, now fill the holes with wood putty.
I might. I'm here for your entertainment.
Andrew says, this is the fanciest hot glue gun he's ever seen.
It's pretty nice. Unlike the very shitty soldering iron, the hot glue gun works great off of the battery. Did you see? I don't know if you can see this, Kyle.
I can if I zoom out.
Direction. Yeah, go ahead. Unbeknownst to me, if you take the battery out of the Ryobi soldering iron, there's actually a little plug for a 110 in there, and I grabbed an extension cord to plug that in. So you don't have to battery it, and that would have saved me so much pain during this had I not found it the last. Did you notice how I went from like very much not done to like done very quickly?
Yes.
It's because I found that. Because the battery was dying on me like every 35 seconds. I mean, it literally would not last on even like the top 50% of the heat settings. So pro tip, I guess, make sure your iron's staying hot. Mine was not, and it added a lot of frustration that I didn't need to deal with.
It's convenient that you found that, because Andrew says I would buy one, but then I'd never see my Ryobi batteries because Beth would steal them. Well, you don't need your batteries. You can gift them to her and then just plug in your soldering station.
Yeah.
Win-win.
Honestly, of all of the things, and I've
Mother's
been
Day's
really
coming
impressed. Just to be clear, I really like my Ryobi kit stuff a lot. But this is the only thing where I've ever just had like a really bad experience with the battery. And I would not recommend it. So there's my review of the battery-powered Ryobi soldering station. That's garbage. So, but yeah, once it's plugged in, it's good. The glue looks nice. I'll grab the razor as Kyle suggested, and we'll just carve this up really quick and get this looking just a little nicer.
Just the edges, just the tip.
Yeah, just the tip. Here we go. Actually, it's kind of out of the
Actually,
box.
really not that bad.
Yeah, looks clean. So yeah, good luck with your soldering, guys. Watch a YouTube video about soldering. That isn't this one. But from there, we're ready to move on, which is great. So we don't ever have to do any of this again. Actually, we do, because we need to do the power supply. So that was just an outright lie. But first, we're going to put the rest of our wiring kit together. Can you come down a little bit, sir? And we're just going to put our casing back on this so we can actually hide all this glue and shit. Actually, I'll grab some. Oh, I brought it because I'm smart. So we need some electrical tape here. This is the center right here. So I can't move that any further. So if you could just tilt the camera up like 10 degrees, that'd be great, bud. Oh, whoa. Right here.
Oh, that's where I was.
Oh, it's a little low. All right, perfect. Try to get so much shit in the way. We're done with you for now. Unplug that. There we go. Now you guys can see. Okay. Has everybody that was watching the stream left yet?
18 people hanging out.
Oh. All right. So I'm just going to electrical tape this bundle together here because there's obviously we're not putting any shrink tubing on that. So before we put the casing on, tape it up. Yeah, I think it's less about a technical know-how and more about the willingness to try. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
I mean, like, there's stuff you definitely have to know, but I think 80% of the battle when doing stuff like this is just being willing to give it a shot, and you'll figure it out. I'm figuring it out.
Worst case scenario, you mess it up, but then you get to figure it out. It's kind of like when, sometimes you got to figure out how not to do something to figure out how to do it properly.
Yeah. Like, don't use the Ryobi on battery mode. All right, there we go. That's a nice little bundle right there. And we can pretty safely put the casing back on this now. Do one last little wrap here just to kind of end it off on a strong point. Nice and tight. And here is our housing.
Got to put the pants on the connector.
I'm going to skip the anti-tug or whatever because we're hot glued in. So there's no real reason to use that right now. So I'm not going to. So we can slide that one on. Ooh, it's going to be a tight fit. I have to just.
You could always take the hot glue section at the back there a little wide?
Yeah, just a little, but I can fit it. I'm just gonna have to squish things into place.
I was gonna say worst case scenario, you could take the heat gun and soften it up and mold it a little.
Yeah, I mean it's good. It's in there. I think that's solid.
Anthony's back from dropping off an order. Very cool, man.
Actually, yeah.
Welcome back to the party.
There we go. Well, if you're sticking around, kudos to you. This is the stuff a lot of people don't watch and I think need to. I think, and I say this a lot behind the scenes, I don't say it a lot in public on the channel, but I think a lot of like having the skills to handle stuff like this are development of your critical thinking skills. Just as a person in general, I think critical thinking skills are really important. And this develops them, man. This is the kind of stuff where, you know, you have abstract problems that you need to deal with, and you're not always going to have somebody there to tell you exactly what to do. Sometimes you just got to figure it out. And that takes practice. That's not like a... Damn, I was supposed to put this in before I clamped it down. Example A.
Andrew says he's also here, but he misses these kind of streams. They're kind of relaxing and always something new to learn.
Yeah, me too, man.
He enjoys.
That's why we're doing it. This is this stream right now is a mental health break for me from a lot of things that have become normal at work at Laser Everything. Sometimes you just need to sit down and play with your lasers. So power is still an issue. We've got two 12-volt lines coming from a 12-volt power supply that we're going to need to deal with. And in order to tackle this problem, Kyle, can you move me up, please, to the top of the machine? We need to replace this. This is a 12-volt power supply that powers our EasyCAD board. And we have to remove this and put a 5-volt power supply in its place. Totally doable. But we're going to have to do a little hacking to get it done. And the first thing that we're going to need is a 5-volt power supply. So I'm going to run into the back real quick and see if I can dig one of those up. Can you look up how many amps the EasyCAD board draws?
We'll try to.
Thanks. I just want to make sure I get the right power supply. I'm also going to check my electronics shelf and make sure that I don't just have one that outputs 5 volts, because that would be a lot less work, but I don't think so.
We love it when it turns into easy mode.
15 volts, 2 amps. Nope. That one is way too big. That can't be it. 15 volts, 15 volts. That's like a 48-volt power supply. That's not going to be it. Yeah, we're hacking it up. It's worth looking, though. You know, it probably says on the board. Where'd our EasyCAD board go? Let's take a look. Nope, just 5-volt and ground. I'm guessing 3 amps, if I had to guess.
I mean, I've seen some pretty small power supplies pushing these, but still looking.
9 volts. 15. 12. 12. 12. This looks promising. I have a 5-volt 2 amp. I have 2 5-volt 2 amps.
It looks like a recommended is 5-volt 3 amp
Damn it.
or higher on the amperage, not the voltage, obviously.
Yeah, 5-volt 500 milliamp. That's not going to do it. 5-volt 2 amp. Come on, we got to have one in here. It's 12. 12. 9, 12. Just gonna keep looking. Oh, 5 volt, 3 amp. I have a 5 volt 3 amp, but it's USB-C, and I'm not confident that I'm going to be able to deal with the wiring on that.
Those are some pretty small gauge wires too in USB.
12. Getting down to the bottom of the barrel here. 5 volt 2. 12. 5 volt 2. 12. Got plenty of 12. 6. 12. Great. All right. Well,
you can always do like a sacrificial wire, whatever one you solder on. You can just use the other end of that to connect to the power supply when you get it, and just run the 2 amp for today. Short term, just to make sure it's working.
no, but then I have to open it back up.
Oh, life.
15. 12. Can't really read that one. $24. Jesus.
Amanda's asking, which machine did I do the knife with? I did that with a 100-watt M7 fiber laser. I've done other knives with my 60-watt, 30-watt, and the 50-watt. So you certainly don't need a 100-watt. The 60-watt that you ordered will absolutely be more than plenty if you wanted to do something just like that. Could do that with a 30-watt.
A little longer.
Yeah. Just I was even pretty conservative with my settings on the 100-watt. I do not have speed demon tuning done on it just yet, where I'm not really cranking the power. But yeah, totally.
Oh, I found one. Oh, I found one. Yeah.
What do you got there?
It is the J5 Create USB hub 5 volt 3 amp power adapter. Which,
There you go.
Sorry, your time has come. All right. Okay. Let's see what we can do here.
Could we get away with the 2 amp? Probably, but the spec sheet from JCZ says 3 amp, so we just want to not risk it.
Let's make good screwdriver. This thing's really shut.
Tom says, I don't have a laser, probably not going to be able to get one, but I still hang around to learn things.
That's cool.
That's how I started. I just, you kind of sift through the information available and stuff you're interested in, even if it's not something you can get into immediately. And I started helping people out in the community before I even had a laser, just by absorbing knowledge and trying to, be kind and help out.
Be kind and rewind. Cracking the case open at the moment. I know you can't see, but I'm cracking the case open with a pair of plumbing pliers
It doesn't just have a like an output side.
Well, it has an output side, but I'm not plugging it into the wall. I'm gonna tap it into the line and neutral lines coming from inside the machine. Because I don't want an ugly mess. There we go. Once I got it started. Okay, look at that. That's gorgeous. All right, well.
I just got a UPS notification for a surprise delivery I'm getting tomorrow.
Surprise.
Yeah. Tom says, thanks. I do that with hobby watchmaking. I can see a lot of applications for low wattage fiber laser in this field I have chosen. Absolutely. We actually only recently just helped a couple of people, actually, specifically related to small batch, custom, or like one-off, like watchback designs. And last year, I don't remember when exactly, there was somebody who uses the laser in the watchmaking process for serializing parts to know what goes where, for even like the little custom one-off pieces on the inside that you may never even see unless you're taking it apart to fix it or clean it out or whatever. It's pretty nifty.
You know, I was going to pull the PSU from the casing, but now I'm looking at it and I feel like it's got really big capacitors inside, and I'm probably just going to leave it in.
That was going to be my suggestion, to just use the wire in and wire out.
You did not make that suggestion.
I was trying to. I was like, why are you breaking the casing off?
Well, if the whole casing still needs to come off, I need the wires off of the end of it. All right. Yo. No, wrong Alex. All right. You know what? Just to be extra safe, because I don't fucking feel like dying today.
Checking to make sure there's no voltage built up still.
Yeah.
All it takes is one bad experience with an EMI filter.
That was as close as I ever wanted to come to. Yeah, no, this should all be good. Okay. That's the closest I ever want to come to being electrocuted. I'm good.
Yule wants to know, does that box have a 5-volt pin or screw option? No, it's single output.
Very unfortunate.
Single voltage, single output.
Come on, let go.
Typically, what we would do in this case is plan ahead and order like a Meanwell 5-volt, 90-watt, like, what is that, 18-amp power supply?
Well,
or
dude,
maybe
honestly,
lower,
I
maybe
hoped
50 watt, but
when I did the SFX had an unused 5-volt terminal on the Galvo head scanner power supply. So I was just kind of hoping that would be the case again, but
is there a 5-volt on that on the power supply output for the other one?
no, man, it's a single.
Okay.
They're all singles,
Yeah.
I think.
Some of them are multi-voltage output, but there's so many different
Yeah, no, man.
configurations.
I just double checked because that would be nice, wouldn't it? But no, that's not an option for us right now. So get these all up and out of the way. Get this thing out of here. This is super sketchy, guys. Don't do this ever. I mean, like, the math checks out, but
Not an ideal situation.
Doing this because you theorize it's going to work and doing it because it's safe and best practice are different things. All right, so got some wires here. We've got our 12 volts, which need to go to our EasyCAD board. And these wires are good all the way through. If I wanted to, if I wasn't confident, I could use the multimeter and do a continuity test to make sure these are the same wires. But I'm sure they're the same wires. So I'm not going to do that right now. And then we have our ground, our line, and our common wires. And we need to hook these up to our power supply. So that I am going to test continuity with, just to make sure I'm not making that up. Let me see. Ooh, connectors. These might be good. These might be really good for this. I might just do a splice, dude. I have some nice auto connectors that would make this a little safer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check these out. So,
Oh yeah, little butt connectors.
yeah, nice and insulated. A little extra wire to play with there, and then I can just do a splice. I think it'd be faster and easier that way, even if I just dab them with a little solder just to keep them together.
You have those
And then-
crimp and heat connectors by chance?
I don't have a lot of connectors. I'm usually tearing things apart, not putting them together. But I'll check in the back real quick.
Sounds like
These are the only ones that I have that are going to afford us extra wire, which is nice.
Yeah.
But let me look.
Did you by chance eat lunch before starting stream?
No, dude, I'm so hungry right now.
Would you like me to order you something?
No, man. You don't have any projects to start while I'm floundering with this?
Everything I have is mixed up in a bunch of other stuff. I didn't think we were going to start this early, so I thought I had more time to prep it. But
Yeah, no, but these connectors should work okay. I'm gonna go for them, especially because I can splice the power supply wires. Actually, I can't, but because that's the in, this is the out. Whatever.
let me go look through some stuff. I may have a project I can pull real quick.
I'm still here, guys. Sorry, I can't see chat, so I'm just gonna have to hope Kyle heads back over here soon. But if you're still hanging out with us, thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
Right, boss?
You know, guys, since Kyle's gone, I'm actually going to take this opportunity to order some food. So let's call it 5. We will get back together.
Hello. Did we lose Alex? I'm sorry. I realized when I said I'll be right back that my mic was off. Let's see, where are we at?
I'm here. I was just taking a second to order lunch.
Good. You need to eat.
I know. Last meal.
Courtney actually just got home and offered to make me a sandwich, which was very kind of her.
Mm.
Oh, because if that wasn't the case, I was about to order some Taco Bell, which, I mean,
Oh dear.
you know how that goes.
Yeah.
I just ran around because I had a project I decided I wanted to do, but now I can't find it. So now I'm improvising.
It looks like we're getting some good advice in chat. Can you review that real quick?
Yes. Coming back. Okay.
When you have a moment. It's not a rush.
No, you're good. Tom says the worst zap he ever had was from a 55 kilovolt DC on a radar circuit that an idiot turned on when he was working on it.
Jesus.
Oof, that's why you get circuit lockouts, man. That is scary.
That's like Timmy getting zapped in Jurassic Park.
That's like freaking oh my god, what's his name in Home Alone?
Oh, on the dryer.
Yeah.
Marv.
Zaps himself. Marv! Oh, when his hair is just standing up.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's brutal. Cattlegate was bad. Yeah, man. I got zapped pretty good with a pretty hefty electric fence back in the day. That wasn't fun. EMI filter. I did the typical kid thing and stuck a fork in the electrical socket. You know, the usual stuff.
God, dude.
Yeah. I mean, but that's it's not the same thing as 55,000 volts, man. That's brutal. That's heart stopping right there. Okay. Yule says prep the adapter side first to get back to machine side, and then to the machine side. That board for the 5-volt won't have a ground, so it's not needed, but insulate it with tape after preparation. Use the meter on beep. AC is easy, but DC side, make sure you have the polarity right.
Right. I was going to test that with the multimeter.
Okay.
Because one should be 5 volts and one will show -5. So that should be pretty straightforward once we get to it.
And Tom says you could also pop the lid off of the containment run and trace the cables physically or reposition them if needed.
Check.
And Yule says wrap and tape is not permanent type. Order the power supply too. Lol.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
You friggin' give me anxiety, man.
Yeah, I'm going to put all this effort into installing a custom power supply, and I'm just going to open this up and do all that work again? No.
Yes.
I'm kidding. Once it's in there, it's in there. I'm not going to open this back up. It's encased in a giant plastic thing. It's not going anywhere. All right. So I guess polarity only matters in that once we connect it to the board, we just have to keep our wires straight. So that's easy enough to do. Especially because they have the little white tags on them. So that I'm not super concerned about that unless I just make like an idiot mistake. But since you've brought it up and now I know that you're watching, to make sure I don't do that, we will be extra careful to make sure that we keep that going in the right direction. As far as the board goes, here we have our 5-volt and our ground, which we're going to treat as our common. And these Phoenix connector heads are not going to fit into these ports on the board. So I'm going to have to cut these two, which sucks. I really don't want to do that, but I don't really feel like I have another option. So,
Oh, Anthony joined us. He's backstage.
oh, thank God.
Anthony!
Yo, what's up, guys?
What up, bro?
Anthony's like, you thought I'd miss this asshole killing himself on live
Dude,
TV?
I was really hoping not to.
Bro, I'm here. I'm kicking. I'm good. This is how you learn, brother.
Oh yeah, sure.
This is how you learn. I'm surprised my wife isn't here for my execution. Honestly, if Kyle like called her after the stream and was just like, Alex electrocuted himself, he's dead, she'd be like, damn, I missed it. Like, straight up, dude.
Alex sat on an exposed electrical wire and he's sterile now. Sorry. Brutal.
All right. So he said prep DC first?
Let me scroll up.
Or adapter first and then machine?
Prep the adapter side first to get back to machine side.
All right. Well, not entirely sure what that means, but I'm going to take that as connect the output to our to our run, our 12-volt run to the controller first.
Well, it says 12 volts, but it's now 5 volts.
Or 5 volts. Thank you. So I'm still looking at the white tags on here.
The labeling. It was 12 volts. We're reusing them.
So we're going to run out from the adapter to the board first, and then connect the adapter to the line power. That's what I'm understanding you saying to me. How much do you know about electronics, Anthony?
Yeah.
Cool.
I didn't do so hot when they did the electronics section at automotive school.
There's voltages and amperages and
Oh yeah, I get all that stuff. Just wiring diagrams, I hate them. They're terrible.
Oh, well, we're not doing that today.
Yule says the other way.
So connect the adapter to the line first, and then connect the 12 volt to the or the 5 volt to the board.
Yes, the reverse of what you were originally going to do.
Okay. Well, he originally instructed me to tape off the ground, right? So that makes sense because there's no ground. Even though the board inside the adapter has a like solder point for ground, but there's no wire coming out, and I don't want to open the adapter any more than it already is. So just go ahead and tape that off.
And James says, yes, prep the output side of the adapter first.
Well, those are conflicting now.
James says yes.
What's that say?
That's that UV
19.
on some genuine leather.
Ooh. You getting some depth on that, or are you just marking it up?
He says
do it a little bit.
He says do it. You just said you were going to do.
I just said I'm going to connect. I just said I'm going to connect the power adapter to the line
Okay.
first.
I think that's what he's agreeing to then.
Okay.
Because he said
color
what
is
Alex
this?
said.
What color is that?
I need to switch camera. I can't see from there. One sec.
I think it's green.
Let's see which one has a better view here. We're going with the move. Oh, I need to make you bigger now. That's brown, bruh.
Brown. All right, brown. It's weird that the line wire is brown, right?
No, Not really.
No, you just feel like brown's pretty common. These are also really thin gauge wires. I'm kind of surprised.
If you look inside my CO2 laser prior to me rewiring stuff, everything is exactly 2 colors.
Oh,
Everything.
well, that's not good.
Sorry, did you want to know what this was? Well, you got to trace the entire thing back through a cable loom in a rat's nest.
All right. So our brown line from the power in the wall is going to connect to black here. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to get that solder gun heated up, and we're going to do just a dab just to keep them together.
James says always connect the load before the source, not the reverse.
Oh, okay. So we're doing the load then. So scratch all this. We're not doing this. We're connecting the load. Okay, so back to this side. I don't know what source you're on, by the way, that you're showing people that I'm looking at.
We're on the Move 4K.
I'm like down this way.
Yeah, I was in a hurry trying to switch to tell you the color.
All right, so we'll do the load first. We can do that. We have the technology.
We can rebuild them.
Yeah, I'll just keep moving this. There we go.
All right. This is going to be a little tricky, but we should be able to get this mounted up in here. I was able to do it last time, and I had the same exact setup. So I stripped these Phoenix connector like pins, which are really nice. I had to strip them off because otherwise this just simply will not go in. But that fits perfect. So a dab of solder. Should I even? This is probably a rear solder situation.
That's what you did on the other one, I think. Moya Sai says, I've been here for hours and still don't know what I'm looking at. Continue.
Oh, well, we're going.
I love it.
Doing it.
And James confirms, yes, triple check to make sure polarity on DC is correct.
Okay. That we can do. This is why I really like doing YouTube, because I can start something with the vaguest idea of how to do it, and then I can end it like an expert, and that always feels really good. All right, let's do a little flippy on the board here. Okay, 5 volt is the top. So here, can you like remember this or write it down?
What's up?
So 5 volt is the top port. It's up. Brown should be up with the board upside down.
Okay.
Brown up. 5 volt. Okay, great. I got that in.
Brown should be up, Alex.
Thank you. That is too much extra cables. I'm going to cut some of that off. That looks like plenty. And we're just going to give it a dab. A dab of solder.
A dabble, do ya?
Yeah.
Just a dollop.
Are you getting hot? Did I turn this on? All right. This is fun, right, guys? We're having fun.
Best way to spend the Friday afternoon. Cutting sneaky hat patches.
First sciencing is the best.
I guess I can strip the blue and do the blue at the same time. Probably do them together while we wait for the soldering iron to heat up.
While you're over there stripping, switch over to Anthony's view here.
Yeah, please show people.
Some nice looking leather there, bud.
That's a high quality, very rare Hobby Lobby leather right there.
Oh, you got Hobby Lobby leather?
It's Italian.
Italian.
This sash was a gift from the Queen of America. It's Three Musketeers, fucking uncultured swine. Get nice and hot. Come on, heat up.
It's not as fast as the CO2 Galvo, but does a pretty job.
Looks like you're using flood fill there, right?
Of course, yeah, always. That's the beautiful thing about UV is like with the dot size, flood fill doesn't leave behind like any weird.
No funky lines like on fiber.
Yeah, no weird little lines and artifacts and stuff on flood fill. So I just use flood fill 95% of the time, probably on UV.
James says, or wait, hold on. I got to catch up here. The chassis
It's like trying to save my
earth,
life.
as not all the components are double insulated. AC side does matter. You should really not swap the neutral line for neutral if possible. Agreed.
That's
on
totally
ground
possible.
to the chassis. At a minimum, verify that the ground wire to the previous power supply is connected to ground.
Okay. That is all definitely doable. The wires are clearly labeled, so it's not, I'm not concerned about like mix matching them as long as I am paying attention when we're putting them where they need to go. We should be in good shape as far as that goes. Wow, what a solder dot. What a pro gamer move right there. That was great.
Fancy.
It fell off. Not that good.
Mike is asking, can you elaborate more about when to use flood fill? Flood fill is great when you have a lot of solid like blocks. So like, for example, what we were just talking about, UV has such a small dot size that it bleeds well together, where Anthony doesn't really experience a lot of problems with lines being left behind. But if you're doing something like a deep engrave, for example, on a coin with a fiber laser, flood fill can be kind of problematic if depending on how you arrange your layers, because what ends up happening is it'll fill a gap of an area. Like it doesn't utilize a hatch angle at all. It just takes the design, breaks it into components that are the most efficient to fill, and fills it in the most efficient angle possible.
So there's no breaks in the laser path. So say like somebody gave you a crescent moon and they told you to color it in without lifting the marker. Yeah. So you start in one spot and you move back and forth in one straight line going at the same angle. At some point you eventually run out of spots and then you do stop, you lift the marker, you start in a new spot and just fill it in. That's kind of how flood fill works. Is like it fills in as much as it can, working at the angle that you tell it to work at, and fills in as much as it can in that section, and then it moves to a new section and starts filling.
Yep. Cuban Crack just said, don't use it on a CO2 with a rotary. It messes up everything. Well, you're working with an enormous dot size by comparison. But also with rotary, you're now adding complexity too, where it's really designed to work in small increments. And you're basically telling it to work chaos across whatever split size you picked. If it's a Galvo anyway. If it's a CO2 gantry, then yeah, no, don't do that. That just sounds like a lot of not necessarily missteps, but things not turning the way they should.
I will be doing a hot glue dab on the top side of this.
I was gonna say, I bet you are.
Yeah, it's fine. I actually did a really good job on this one. Can you get a zoom?
Let me swap back to you. Yeah.
Go into the top left corner of the board.
It's gonna take a second to autofocus.
Yep.
There we go.
Or top right, rather. Check that out, dude.
That is.
Come on, that's on point, right?
Yeah. Good job.
And then the front of the board looks equally good, and the insulation goes right up to the point. But I'm still gonna. I think it just. I want to put a little.
We should.
Glue on
We
it
should
anyway.
send this to Boyce.
Can you bop it up just a little? Yeah, you could stay zoomed if you want to. Might get a cool shot of like the gluing. I'm gonna leave the board right there for when I glue it.
We should send this to Boyce when you're done. If you haven't blown anything up.
Yeah, the entire thing, like
Actually-
all the whole stream.
Actually, if you do blow something up, we should also send it to Boyce
Yeah, that's true.
because that'll make him feel better.
I'm not in the business of making boys feel better. I don't want to start today.
James says, "Gotta run, Alex. Please don't get hurt. Call if you have any questions."
Comes back soon, James. I mean, we're disconnected from the wall. I don't think anything bad can happen until I plug it in. So,
Worst
We should
case
be okay.
scenario, Alex plugs it in. We see sparks.
yeah, and I won't be
And
in the
magic
machine
smoke.
when that happens. So, it should be okay, James. I appreciate it. Thanks for the tips. TIL for sure on a lot of that stuff.
Tom says, "You failed your practical soldering test, Alex."
What do you mean? Why did I fail? That was amazing. I'm not even being like a jokester. I really genuinely thought that was pretty good. Apparently not. Maybe I need to watch some YouTube videos about soldering.
Beats
I
my
mean,
first solder job.
I'm not in a position to give anybody coaching on soldering, so
Well, I didn't say your videos.
I got by with my air assist install with the solenoids and soldering on a bypass or 2 bypass switches, and then I switched to safety switch bypass switches
Mm-hmm.
because I upgraded it.
How many people are hanging with us now?
17.
One of those 17 people has got to be an electronics expert.
I'll switch back over to Anthony. I really do like that. The color of that leather is nice.
Yeah, it is nice. I'm gonna put a treatment on it. It darkens it up just a little bit, but not too much.
A little bit of like a stain deal.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
wow,
just a
look at that. I
sealer.
finally got up to look at the monitor. That is pretty cool.
I think the next batch, there's a elk and bison ranch here in our town, and they sell their hides. So I think the next batch, I might try and talk them into using locally sourced leather, which would be kind of cool.
This is your UV, right?
Yeah. Using the 150 millimeter lens.
I'm not used to seeing the lack of blue light coming off of the UV. That like gorgeous ghostly blue. But
Yeah.
because I'm almost exclusively I've done glass on the UV. I've done some slate, I've done some other stuff, but like the vast majority of what I've done is glass work with it. And I don't have a red light, so all I get is the blue. And I'm kind of jealous that your red light is there. I do have the kit to install that, but I just haven't had the time to rip it apart and wire it in.
I'm not even pulling the trigger on the hot glue gun. I'm just kind of letting it fall in there.
You're just
So we get
letting
a
it
nice little
ooze out.
bleed. Yeah.
Title of your next book.
Yep. Book. You guys can't. Really
Bronson's
see
heading
this,
out to
but-
go do his rollerblading.
Oh,
Have a good one, bro. Thanks for hanging out. We'll catch you later.
Don't forget your
Have a
helmet.
nice skate, bruh.
Yule says if you got it wrong, worst case scenario, it transforms into a Decepticon and not an Autobot. And that's worst case.
That doesn't sound good. Well, like I said, the other end of the wires aren't hooked up to anything yet, so.
I think he means when you plug it in.
No, I know. I just mean like we still have a chance to get it right.
Yeah.
So you're saying.
And I can test the power supply voltages off of each of the output ends before we plug it in. So it should be pretty straightforward. It's kind of a gnarly glue job, but it should get it done. Of course, I do my solder bed. I get a nice glue. I do glue bed. I get a nice solder. At least by my standards.
It's okay. It happens.
It doesn't. It's
Here,
just
this is one of the other blades that I did for that knife. Hopefully you guys can see it. What do you call fake spaghetti?
And then pasta.
Yeah.
you put that on a knife?
A knife blade, yeah. The replacement
Psych.
utility blades that you get for the utility knives.
It's like
I did dad jokes on them. So on one side you get a question, on the other side you get an answer.
Ooh, Laffy Taffy style.
So you can flip
It's gonna-
back and forth to see it, and then
That
each
sounds like
side
a
of the
great-
blade has a joke.
Sounds like a great backstory for a murderer. It's like the joke he tells.
I was
before he
tempted to put
slashes
knife
somebody.
jokes on them, but I thought that might be a little too much.
Well, it's too late. I mean, you can't see someone with an evil grin saying, "What do you call a fake pasta?"
No, I mean actual knife jokes. Like go into ChatGPT and ask for the top 10 knife jokes.
Oh boy.
I don't want
And
to.
imagine putting those on replacement utility knives. That's 100% serial killer. It was a great idea at first, but then I read them and I'm like, this doesn't look right. So I went with dad jokes. I'm
All right,
going
I'm
to step away for just a second, but I'm going to leave you guys with the beautiful projects that Alex and Anthony have going on for just a minute.
This is when I'm gonna die.
I'll be here for it.
If you do, it'll be split screen.
I mean, your voice is a good one to die to, Anthony. I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie. Yeah. Bassy, soothing. Were you here when I super glued the EasyCAD board to this mount?
I was, yeah. I was like, where's the
Yeah,
JB
dude.
Weld, bro?
Oh, you made the JB Weld comment. That's right.
Yeah.
Fucking dude. That would have been that would have been better. JB Weld. All right.
I didn't think
well,
you actually have it.
Oh yeah, I definitely have it. JB Weld, you kidding me? I've always had JB Weld ever since when I got my first car ever. I bought it from a like an impound lot. And
Nice.
they were like, it's $500. It was a Honda Civic, a 94. And they were like, you can have it, but you need to get it off the lot. And it wouldn't start. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? So we messed around with it for a while. I put some gas in it. We fixed the starter, and then we drove it away, and we made it about 30 feet outside of the impound lot parking lot. And the the car wouldn't shift gears and stopped moving. And we pulled it over, and I got under the car, and there was a fist-sized hole in the transmission, like just a fist-sized hole. So I got a T-shirt and I tore it up and made a bunch of rags out of it, and we mixed it with a bunch of JB Weld and sculpted it onto the transmission, and it did great. It actually did really well. It leaked forever, but it shifted, and I only had to get like a quart a week to put in the car. So wow. Ever since then, I've always had some JB Weld around. That's my JB Weld story.
You had a buddy who had a same thing happen, but with his intake, not a fist size hole, but he had a Copenhagen lid that you like molded to the shape of the intake, and JB welded it on there.
Hot damn, dude.
Let's buy a new intake.
Well, hopefully here, let me try to turn this a bit so you guys can get at least a little bit of a view. So we have our power hooked up. We have our EasyCAD board on the mount, and we have the mount in position. So now we just need to screw that back down with the screws that I definitely did not lose. I think it was these. Those look right. Yeah. That looks good.
6 down, 29 to go. Never done a hat before. My hat press was still in the box, and I still managed to sell this guy 36 hats.
Oh my God, dude.
It was just one of those things. I was like, yeah, I can do that, because I knew I had.
You're learning on the road right now?
Exactly, yeah.
No shit.
That's the best way, man. Like, I don't know. I try not to overpromise, but I tend to put myself in a position where I have to learn a new trade or skill in order to complete my mission.
I overpromise every fucking thing I possibly can at any given time for any reason. All right, so there we go, guys. USB is plugged in. Hopefully we can get enough slack on this to get the DB15 plugged in. I think we can. I'm just trying not to torque it too hard here. Go ahead and come on. I just need like a millimeter more. Oh, I got a bent pin, probably from melting it earlier. That's okay. We can just bend that back. No big deal. Carefully, so we don't snap it off. If we snap it off, it's game over. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Easy. Right in there. Noise. Let's get the precision screwdriver for this. I hope y'all are learning something.
I'm just asking what hat press I have. I have the Vivor. I think I bought it and a mug press for like $150 or $130.
Oh, the Vivor. That's like that's basically the Amazon brand, right?
Yeah, basically. It's a nice little unit. I mean, it works well. It's got a little timer built into it. It's a single side press. It came with like 4 molds for the pads for the press. So I mean, it's overall I'm content with it. I've only done a few hats so far with it, but it's worked well.
All right, definitely over torqued these a little bit, so I'm just easing off on them a little bit, and then just getting them just barely finger tight on those. So we get a gap. All right, that looks good. We got 2 connectors left, guys. here's where we pray that I'm not talking out my ass. So the laser source connector right here. Look at that, plugs right in, beautiful. And the scan head controller cable right here. We'll go ahead and lock those down. You may be wondering why the laser source only has one wire leaving the EasyCAD board. That's because literally everything the source does is controlled inside the source. The only thing that the source requires from EasyCAD is a start and stop marking signal. So once you have those signals running to the source, everything else happens on the source, which I showed you guys way earlier, lives on the laser path, not inside the case here. So very simple wiring, literally. All right, so that's it. So our EasyCAD board, 100% in, 100% connected. That's great. That's really, really good, guys. Next we have, and I think my food's going to be here in like 2 seconds, so I'm going to get that. Next we have our, I can't even move the camera. We have our positive and negative lines that go to the controller. We'd hook these up to positive and negative on the power supply that's here at the top. And then we need to connect the power supply to the wall. So we're making good progress. I'm going to grab my food real quick. Hopefully Kyle's back by the time I am, and we can get the camera moved and we'll move on to the next step here. But so far this is looking really good. We've got our EasyCAD board in the machine. That's 90% of the battle, guys. We just have to get it powered, and we're going to be in really good shape. We have some really solid connectors for that that we're going to be using to get that done. And I'm going to grab my food. So I will be right back, and I'll talk to you guys in a minute.
Hi, guys.
Oh, perfect time.
Speak of the devil.
I was going to be like, I need an adult.
I'm back with lunch.
I'm also going to be back with lunch.
And a fresh soda.
Some Dr. Purper.
Some Canada Dry, eh?
Oh, it's Canada Dry.
Canada Dry, eh?
With these goofy goggles on, it look like the color of a Dr. Pepper can.
It is the color of a Dr. Pepper can.
Oh, okay.
Because it's cranberry ginger ale.
Cranberries.
Yep. My two sodas of choice are cranberry Canada Dry or blackberry Canada Dry.
Freaking wild man over here. I've been drinking a lot of those polars lately. They're like almost like a LaCroix. It's like a seltzer water.
Yep.
Where they like kind of generally aim a mist of flavor toward the can as they're packaging it.
Yeah.
Ever since the White Claws, I've been hooked on the seltzers.
Oh boy. I gotta rearrange this so we can see your project. There we go. It's so addicting watching the UV do work. I love it.
Yeah, you can't really see. It's too bad. Like I was, I don't know, because I always have my goggles on when I'm watching UV work. You don't really appreciate what it looks like until I did a full liquor bottle the other day. First one of those I ever did. And I took a picture of it as I was doing it. And then when I looked at the picture, I was like, wow, dude, that thing is lit up blue.
Yeah, totally different than without goggles, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not willing to risk my eyesight, though, so I don't mess around with that. There's a couple times just I've caught flashes of that thing reflecting off of glass, and I'm like 5-6 feet away, and like I'll just catch like a bright flash in my peripherals where it just bounced right off.
And
like,
your eyes are just totally messed up the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's like, wow, man.
Yeah, it'll totally ruin you for forever.
Yeah, there's no way I would, and that's with goggles on too. There's no way I would operate the UV without goggles on. It scares the life out of me.
Yep. That'll do it.
Back in the day, Willie was talking about how he caught a reflection and like marked with goggles, right?
I don't remember. I know Matt was on stream and he had tipped his head up to look at something, and just the gap between the bottom of the frames and his cheek, it was enough to like mess him up for a night.
Wow.
Just like, and that was a complete indirect reflection. It's brutal.
That's why I love these Snow Bunny ski goggles I rock all the time, because it like seals all the way around. Sometimes if I'm like doing a titanium on the fiber, you can see a little bit of light leakage in the vents.
Yeah.
But that's like pretty much the only time I've ever really experienced that.
I ended up getting I needed a bunch of clamps because I've been putting together a lot of like boxes and other projects recently, glue ups and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have like a nice selection of clamps at all. And a lot of the clamps I do have are not great for light woods. Like if I was gluing a table together, they'd be great. But for like gluing together a 1/4-inch plywood box that's like 8 inches by 8 inches, like it's like crushing the wood and like deforming it. They're just too heavy. So ended up I grabbed some of the squeeze clamp, like bar clamps from Harbor Freight, and they're so dirt cheap now. I got 4, I think they're 3-footers. They might be 2-footers. Hold on. I got 4 2-footers and 4 12-inch ones, and it was like $32.
Yeah.
Whereas if you go to like Home Depot, it's like $35 for 1 2-footer.
Yeah.
Like,
my wife got me these cool, they're like V-shaped corner clamps. I think she got them from like Temu or something silly. But I haven't tried them out yet because I haven't made any boxes, but they seem pretty legit.
Just to hold a right angle, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen those. Those are pretty cool. Kind of nifty.
She buys me like the weirdest stuff I've never asked for. Like,
it's the stuff you never knew you needed.
Exactly, yeah. Because I know eventually I'm going to be like, oh, hey, this is a perfect time to use that.
It's the stuff you never knew you needed. And the feet have like little silicone like things on them, so like the glue doesn't like stick. It's kind of nice. Yeah.
I'll have to check those out next time at the Harbor Freight.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not a bad deal. In terms of pricing, they're about the same price as like the cheap ones on Amazon, but they look sturdier to me. So, let's see. Andrew wants to know what hot press you have. Oh, hat press.
We addressed that. It's the
did?
Vivor. Yeah, I got the Vivor hat press and mug press combo. Got the mug press for the wife and the hat press because I knew eventually somebody was going to want hats.
True dat.
So far, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it heats up quick too. And after watching Michael on the Laser Engraving 911 with that nifty X-Tool screen printing setup that they have, I'm thinking about grabbing one of those too.
Yeah, pretty nice deal. I wasn't really prepared to hang my new clamps anywhere, so they're just kind of like going where they fit. Just to kind of get them out of my way. I think what I'm going to do is start. I've been wanting to try one of my new designs. I might try another depth design on a knife. The alternative to that is gluing a box together, and that's just not fun. So we're just not going to do that.
That's legitimately the fastest I've ever eaten an entire fast food meal in my entire life.
Nice.
No, not nice, dude. I feel like I'm gonna die.
Get the hiccups.
Yeah, definitely.
It's the
Definitely.
the Burger King sodium shakes.
Mm. I have to get all this electrical tape off the ground because the guy said to mount the ground to the case, even though it's not being used. So I was thinking about it, and I think I have to hook the power supply up to the wall before I connect it to the board. Because if I don't hook it up to the wall first, it won't be energized, so I won't have any way to know which output of that is positive or negative.
I guess so.
So what I was going to do was grab the multimeter and some alligator clips, and so that I don't have to touch it while it's energized, obviously, and then power it on and see what it delivers.
Yeah.
And to where. And then from there, I'll be able to make a decision, turn the machine off. I'll be able to tell if that circuit's energized or not because the multimeter will still be connected. And then I can finish my work knowing which output line is which. I think that's the best. I think that's the best case scenario.
Sounds like a plan.
I don't love it, but
Yeah, that's fair. We'll keep showing Anthony's project for now. So that
you're gonna have to put like a
sketch.
you're gonna have to put like a viewer discretion advised on this after I die.
Do what we say, not what we do. Don't do this.
Do anything you've seen in this video today. This is for educational purposes only.
Actually, what I should be doing is probably my timing on my 60 watt. But didn't really want to do that. Maybe I'll do that. Who wants me to suffer with the rest of the guys? Actually, Anthony's not really suffering. Who wants me to suffer like Alex?
Everybody wants you to suffer.
All right. Well, I guess I'm suffering then.
This is America.
Definitely not suffering as much as anybody that passes by my windows will suffer.
Because the smell of leather is awesome under a laser.
It's amazing.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm setting up some cameras so I can share what I'm doing.
Has anybody seen Miranda lately?
Not recently. She was in chat like an hour ago. I see Jack in the shop is here.
Hey, Jack.
Jack in the shop says yes. I'm assuming that that means you want to see me suffer.
Told you, everybody.
Yeah. Okay. I guess that's what I'm doing. I'm working on getting the camera set up so you guys can see what I'm doing.
Call him as I see him, homie. Oh, I should put some fucking
Jack just like a
shrink.
ball. Mike says she's busy updating the insurance policy.
If you knew my wife, you would know we already have the maximum legally allowable insurance coverage.
Yeah, pretty much. That's funny.
Bro, like my life insurance policy, dude, is no fucking joke.
I'm dying.
Me too. That's the problem.
Not yet. I was just telling the chat and Anthony, I needed some new bar clamps to put these.
Oh yeah, I heard. I was listening actually. Yeah.
Okay, so I got them from Harbor Freight. I got them not really thinking about where I was going to store them.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm just kind of like creatively trying to get them the hell out of my way until I need them.
Do you have exposed rafters?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
And if I did, I would still not be able to hang them because the roof in this room is only about 2 inches above my head. So I'd just be like walking into them every other second.
Not because the roof is low, it's because Kyle is gigantic.
No, Anthony is easily 4 inches taller than me.
We're not talking about Anthony's ceiling.
No, the reason why this is a low friggin' space is because this house is like 150 years old.
Before the dog time.
This was a huge basement back then.
I got lots of ceiling here. Got nothing but ceiling.
Yeah, your space is pretty damn open and nice, dude. My shop situation's a work in progress. I guess in fairness, pretty much everybody's shop situation's a work in progress, though. That's like
Right.
it's an eternal thing. But
Every time I get this son of a bitch clean, I'm like, I need to replace a controller. And then everything goes right back to shit. All right, the
How it goes.
The first soldered connection is complete. I mean, this isn't sketchy.
I guess I can pull you up here. Let's see what we can do. Oh, you turned the camera. What the hell?
I didn't touch nothing.
You changed the preset. There you go.
All right, so what you're looking at, oh, can you get me a little bit closer? So this wire here is our line.
There it goes.
This is our line from the wall. I just did a solder point here, little twist and solder. We've got the heat wrap on it, and that goes into the positive terminal of the power supply. So now we just have to do the same thing with the negative. It's been really difficult to get them twisted together strong enough to solder, because, and I know I shouldn't be twisting them, but I have like no wire to work with, and I really don't want to solder on this board. And it's taking a really long time because I have like virtually no wire to work with on these parts here. So it's just, I'm going real slow and being real careful, because if I have to solder something onto this board, it's going to end our project really fast. That's all I'm doing. Doesn't have to stay on me. Andrew's or fucking Anthony's probably more interesting.
True, but you know.
Why are there two common wires hooked up to the relay? Oh well. Off with your heads. Common, so I guess it doesn't matter very much. Whoop, trash.
Getting my scope set up here.
We follow you because we're sheep.
That moment when you've cleaned up wires to clean up your workspace and you find out that one of the wires that you removed from your workspace is the one you need for your microscope. That's always a great feeling.
I mean, unless you threw it away, at least you know where it is.
Yeah, just gotta, pull it back out.
No.
Story of my life. Title of my next book.
Phone interference. Who's getting a phone call? Guys. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you hear that
This is
crazy
me.
ass cell phone interference?
Yeah.
It's got to be Kyle. Because I can hear it too. Whoop. Oh. Probably Kyle. That was wild. Are you still there, Anthony? Oh, maybe it was Anthony. Either way, it wasn't me.
Can you hear me again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yep,
killed my
sure
headphones just in case you need.
Oh, it's back. Maybe it is you. And it's gone again.
No, I think it's Kyle because his screen popped up and then it
Oh,
started
did it?
doing that clapping sound again. Yeah, and then he cut it.
That's crazy. That's some crazy shit. I thought I was getting attacked by like aliens or some shit for a minute. I'm for real, dude. I was like, fuck. Oh man, I tried to pull the shrink tubing around the solder too early.
Stuck to it.
Still hot. It's all sticky. That's what she said.
Almost happened there. These repetitive jobs aren't too sexy.
Nah, they kind of suck, huh? That's why I do a job shop. Doesn't make as much money, but it's a hell of a lot more fun.
Is that better?
Yeah, finally.
Yes.
Friggin' damn microphone mixed with 40 other input devices and audio devices.
I am shrink tubing the common connection to the power supply.
Excellent.
Assuming that's what it's called. Not really an electronics expert. Have we already said don't do this at home?
Proceed at your own risk.
Don't listen to me. I'm not a professional. Don't do anything I say ever for any reason when it doesn't have to do with anything. The learning experience here right now is don't touch the inside of anything. You have no business in there. And Alex is going to get effed for it. All right, I'm going to mount the power supply now to the case.
Is that your high-tech mounting you need today?
Yeah, dude. I only use the newest technologies. I know you're jealous, bro. It doesn't have to be like that. I got a whole bottle of this we can share.
Nice. It looks like an alcoholic's warehouse in my shop right now. It's so funny. I have an empty whiskey barrel, an empty wine barrel, And then I made friends with the lady that runs the bottle redemption store here in town. So when she gets cool whiskey bottles and stuff, and I go buy them from her for a couple bucks a pop.
Yeah.
Because I like to cut them down into glasses. So I've got like 20 empty liquor bottles, a whiskey barrel, a wine barrel. Somebody walked in the other day for a consultation on something, and I was like, forgive the mess. I'm really not an alcoholic.
Oh my God.
Today seems to be one of those days. I'm back.
Hey, buddy.
You should have just shrugged your shoulders and been like, I just work here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The boss has a drinking problem.
All right. That is nice and safe and insulated, and they are not going to touch. Now we need to find some alligator clips. Let's
Use the
see.
word safe loosely.
All right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Cool. Wayne said, did you guys talk to Wayne about what you guys were working on?
Nope.
Wayne says, I'm late
Not.
to the party. What are you guys working on?
Nothing good.
Alex is doing sketchy at best electrical work on his UV laser to convert it from EasyCAD 3 to EasyCAD 2 while also missing a proper power supply.
And so far, I'm succeeding. Note it.
Do as we say, not as we do. Proceed at your own risk. Contact an electrician if you're unsure of what you're doing. And Anthony is doing beautiful leather work on his 5-watt UV laser over there.
Yep. This all stemmed from, we talk about how to drum up business, and people always ask, hey, it's slow. What do I do? All of this work that I'm doing now, I'm doing keychains, glasses, hats with patches, and then hooded sweatshirts and t-shirts for this guy. And it was all based off of the call of, can you make me a sign? So I took that phone call, and as soon as I made him his sign and dropped it off, I started discussing all the other things that I could do for him. And now here we are. So.
I got booted off the remote rig, by the way.
That's fine.
Oh, no.
What?
When my computer crashed, my LightBurn config went bye-bye.
Oh.
Oh.
This is why you got to do the sheet.
Guess where I'm starting.
From scratch, just like the title says.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saved a lot of this stuff, but I need to...
You need to do the sheet. Have you showed everybody the sheet today?
No.
Well, maybe you should.
I will in a moment.
Did you see the sheet, Anthony?
From last night, the spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's tight, right?
Smart. The worst thing that could possibly happen is you turn on your computer and all your configurations are gone. I can tell you that from experience.
So
Well, I have backups of some of my configs. Guess what I'll be doing today? Okay. Oh, this is exciting. I love it. all of my device profiles, my libraries are saved. That's not a problem, but my device profiles haven't been backed up in a while, just because I moved them around a lot. But it's my own fault. I'm just an idiot.
Yeah, I have mine in my Google Drive now, and I'm saved on my desktop too, because I don't want to have to do that again.
I'm very quickly working through loading. I guess I could show this. Assuming my computer doesn't freeze again, that would be fantastic. Right screen. Hey, there we are. So I had these 3 devices backed up. I don't know how old they are, but it doesn't matter because at this point I'm just configuring them from scratch anyway. And for my libraries, those I saved separately, so not a problem. So I'm just going in here, 60 watt fiber, 200 lens. More specifically, I need to relabel this. Just so that things are a little more consistent. So I know which laser I'm doing it with, and eventually once I get to working with multiple of the same lens sizes, which I have and just haven't set up, I'm going to have to serialize my lenses so I know which is which.
Can I get your eyes on this for a minute, Kyle? Anthony, if you're curious.
Yeah.
Are you here?
I'm watching you.
Okay, so I have the line from the wall going into the line terminal on the power supply.
Sure.
I have it runs through the power supply, comes out to what I believe to be the positive terminal on the output, right? Should be 5 volts. That is connected by alligator clips to the positive terminal on my multimeter. Okay. Then we have the common port plugged in. That runs to what I believe to be the negative port on the output. And then that's going to run back to the 2 common wires here, which are soldered, and run back to the relay. Does that seem kosher to you?
Tim, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm asking, it's just an opinion. There's not a right or wrong answer.
I mean, there's definitely a right or wrong answer. I mean, there's literally a right or wrong answer here.
That needs to be clipped. That's funny. Well, I'm about to plug this son of a bitch in, so we're gonna find out.
Well,
I didn't do all,
if you see
I didn't do all this work. Huh?
If you see sparks, pull the plug.
Well, I have the emergency switch, the emergency stop switched off at the moment. So
there's no right or wrong answer. What the fuck? Oh, Alex.
I can't believe we only have 17 viewers for this. We're literally about to do crazy ass live science. Laser Everything fans are snoozing on this episode. All right. Step 1, plug into casing. I already hate everything I'm doing. All right, plugged in. And secure. Step 2, power on the device. You ready?
No sparks?
No sparks. Not getting a voltage reading.
Is that a keyed front?
No. I'm going to try to turn on the Galvo head now. Still no voltage. And
You have it
the
set to AC
laser.
by chance?
No.
Okay.
Laser power on. No voltage. All right, disappointing. Emergency stop. All the switches are off. And I'm going to unplug the machine. Disconnect it from power. I'm going to cycle emergency stop and switches. Okay. Well,
Jack says probe your input before you turn it off.
probe my input. Probe my input.
Your input voltage?
From what?
Like on the input of the machine, I assume. Yeah, the mains.
Oh, yeah, okay. But it's already off. I already turned off the machine. Unless he means something different.
He wants the goal is to make sure you're getting 120 volts into the system to even power the power supplies.
Oh, I can assure you we are. We know that works, right? I haven't messed with the mains at all. And we were using the UV a couple days ago.
Yeah, but maybe something came loose.
I'm gonna pull these little alligator. Oh, you know what would be smart? Is probably using these little alligator clips to just clip the probe to the copper directly. I think the connection, I think there's an issue with the connection here.
Okay.
Just have faith. That's not really going to work.
Oh man.
Secure. Just need to not touch those. All right, let's try this again. Round 2. Oh, we're unplugged still. Okay. All right, you ready for the sparks?
Always ready.
Hey, look at that.
You got to show us. Hey, -5 volts.
-5 volts. So I have these swapped, essentially. So my red is on the negative, and my black is on the positive. So we just need to remember that before we make the final connection, and that should power our EasyCAD board.
I think somebody owes you an apology.
Yeah, Kyle.
Wait, what? What am I doing?
Apologizing for doubting
Apologizing for what?
for doubting my supreme intellect.
Oh no, I'm definitely doubting. This is sketchy as hell.
Nah, it's not sketchy anymore.
No, it's still
One
very
thing-
sketchy. Just because it works doesn't mean it's not sketchy.
I can literally watch the voltage drop on this.
Jack says mark the leads now.
Smart.
It would be smart.
Yeah, we can do that. I will mark the true negative lead with black electrical tape. I'm saying that out loud.
Well,
I'd like
I
the
hope you
voltage
I
to
hope
say
you know my
0.
notes went bye-bye when my computer crashed. So
Notes on what?
the notes that you had me take before on colors. Not that you need them now, but
Oh no, that's all that is encased and done, man.
yeah.
All right.
Well, if
I
you got
wish-
them wrong, then it'll be a problem. But
I wish that this would stop reading voltage. I'm assuming that's not that big of a deal. So,
well,
Still-
you got to remember too. There's nothing attached to it yet to discharge that voltage, so it's going to
Right.
take a little time to discharge.
it's negative 0.001 volts.
Oh yeah, that's nothing.
I know, but it creeps me out. All right, that's ugly, but it serves its purpose. That is our negative wire. Now, what I'd really like to do is splice in these auto connectors. I feel like would be a really easy way to just plug and unplug that without having to go too crazy and without leaving big nasty wires exposed. Though I could just splice them together again. I'm going to end up doing twice as many splices with the auto connectors. Probably just put these away. Can I get a time check? What time is it?
540.
All right. You DM my wife, please, to tell her I'm almost done. We stayed way too late yesterday, and I can't do that 2 days in a row.
You're working on finishing up now.
Well, yeah, we just need to splice these. The non-contact voltage detector isn't picking up any voltage, so. And it's definitely working. So I think we're in the clear. That's what freaks me out the most, honestly, is after I've energized something and I know that I've energized it, and then having to manipulate them again. That's the scary part. Did she ask that question, or were you asking so you could give context?
I was asking.
Oh, okay. Because if she was asking, then I really need to go. Should be okay as long as I don't make her do bedtime alone again. All right. you sleep. I'm not done with you. All right. Negative. Positive.
Well, I guess I'm getting prepped to redo all of my laser configs now.
Good. You should be. You should have been doing that with me from the start, dude. That was the whole thing. We were gonna like do it together.
Well, we can still do it together.
And now I'm over here swapping a controller.
I have I had some stuff done though. Now it's sad. Take it from me, guys. Do as I say, not as I do. Back your crap up. I gotta look through my other backup to see if it backed up properly, because
Did it again.
half my machines didn't recover off of this one. So
Yeah, that's been my worry, like swapping between new releases and like the public betas, is that that's going to happen again. So that's why I made sure that I've got like 3 different spots, all that stuff saved on now.
no, Jack, I don't have a hard drive in this computer. It's all solid state, but it something hung when I plugged in the microscope, the digital microscope, to the computer to share through Discord. And that's what caused some mic interference that caused me to have to like close and restart a bunch of stuff. And when I came back and it pulled the video feed from the microscope again, the computer just freaked out and caused a crash. So it just happens. Mike says, now Kyle can keep stream running for many more hours. I don't know about that. We'll see.
We're still like 17.
I need to get past my depression now.
How many people do we have?
15.
Well, the 15 of you that are hardcore, make sure you smash the like button. Probably already have because you're hardcore, but now this is one of my talents. This I'm actually good at.
Is that the splice?
Yeah, the splice, man. I got some. I make a good splice.
Alex's splices are on point, apparently.
They are, dude.
I have hard drives for backing up, Jack, but not in this rig. I don't have one physically in it. I have 2.
Where do you keep your device profiles? You don't keep those on Drive?
No, I have local backups for them though.
Oh, you fool! Oh,
Yep.
well, then what did you lose? You should be good.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It's not pulling. I have another copy of a local backup that didn't get overwritten by a recent backup that I'm hoping has the profiles actually that I need.
Mm-hmm.
So we shall see how that works out.
Got to keep that shit on Drive, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Keep your device profiles on Drive, Anthony.
Google Drive.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's right. I have those saved to that, and then when I got my new laptop, I just downloaded them off of there.
That's a smart man right there.
It's super easy too, because you just open LightBurn and you drag and drop it onto the desktop, and it just boom, that loads on out.
Yep.
Yeah. I know, it's just me being an idiot. I knew I needed to do it.
Any response from Miranda?
Negative. Oh, wait.
Harass.
She says, okay, thank you, lol.
Okay, great. So she's in a good mood. I have a little time. So that's good. Means the kids haven't tormented her of her sanity yet.
I mean, that's a good thing.
It is.
Sanity is a good thing.
It's always good when you pull up and get out of your car in the driveway and you can hear kids crying.
Dude, isn't that the best?
I'm like, oh, I forgot my phone at work. I'm going to have to go back.
Yeah.
What are you texting me on? Shoot.
Yeah.
Damn.
Bro, sometimes going home is literally going just like into a war zone. I feel like I'm being like hot dropped like a Marine, you know?
Sometimes that's just how it goes.
Anthony's like, nah, my kids are perfectly behaved. I don't have that problem.
No, sir. More days than not, I can hear him screaming from the driveway.
How it goes.
They're just excited you're home, Dad.
I was actually supposed to test out. There's another backup platform that actually offers unlimited data storage for just a whatever monthly fee.
Mm.
And I'm supposed to be testing that out too. I just haven't started that yet. But
Oh yeah, the guys, they wanted to sponsor the channel or whatever.
yeah, they wanted to do some sponsored content, but we're not going to accept a sponsorship unless we can stand by whatever it is. If it's crappy, we're not going to stand by that. So I've been meaning to test that too. It's not that I don't have the tools available to do it. It's just that I did a sloppy job, and it's my own fault because I'm stupid. Me being lazy.
I wish that my soldering skills were half as good as they are right now, because right now I'm doing great and there's 15 people here. And earlier I was doing terrible and there were 40.
Just had to get warmed up is all.
Ah, all right.
This is the moment when Alex sticks the soldering iron straight into his forearm.
Nah. Honestly, the wires have burned me way more than the actual iron. I expect the iron to be hot, but when the wires get you, they get you.
Yeah.
Could really use that flux right now. This just does not want to flow at all. It's just rolling off the cables. There we go, yes. Rock solid. Okay.
Vartan just said he also last week just integrated a JPT Lark 355 5A UV into one of their machines.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I have the JPT 5 watt as well. I believe, Anthony, you have the same one too, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Me, Anthony, and Matt are all twinsies. Triplets.
Except I got a red dot.
Yeah, I think Matt does too.
Does it?
We'll put that on my Frankenstein Mactron.
I got the
To-do
kit
list.
to add it. I just need to wire it in and freaking attach it.
Ow, fuck. jinxed me, you fucking piece of shit.
You burn yourself with the soldering iron?
Not with the iron, but I burned myself.
Alex. They're using ScanLab components.
Have you ever done this maneuver? You get a shrink tube that's way too big. And you can actually like just wrap it and heat it. Totally works. Super well.
So you use it like tape, basically.
Yeah, I could tape this, but
I've never tried that.
it works. Just gotta hold it in the right spot when it gets hot, and it'll shrink down on itself.
So you're saying hold it while you heat it and burn yourself?
I'm not gonna burn myself. Don't bend that way, you fucking idiot.
Oh, Miranda, that's not even the half of it.
What would she say?
She said, "Oh my God, Alex, language."
Oh, yeah, you missed quite the stream today.
You missed my entire LightBurn config literally going out the window.
We're keeping Jess in business over here right now. See electrical tape.
If people want to see this, they can watch the whole live stream.
Dude, I'm actually like extremely disappointed that Miranda has missed the hodgepodge electrical work. Because I feel like if she had seen it, like, and the fact that I was actually successful, she might actually feel like some pride. God
Give you a
forbid.
nice high five when you walk through the door.
Yeah, wow. Great job today, sweetie. Nah. I mean, maybe. You never know. Might get lucky. I am going to rechannel these. Just try to keep things like marginally nice looking. Their soldering job is fucking garbage.
I love judging welds.
Did you super glow that power supply into place?
Yeah, I sure did.
Saw that one coming. Okay, cool. Just making sure.
That's
Sure
space age adhesive.
That's right. I got this. I got my memory foam pillow.
You could have used alien tape. You know you can push that down from the top, right? And it just clicks on.
You're such a little bitch.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make it so much easier for you.
All right. Well, get that on camera. Give me a zoom. Let's just show off the final fucking product here.
I gotta friggin' log back in.
Honestly, I just want to fill this with hot glue.
Like the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm not gonna. But yeah, like encase it, like a resin pour or something. Just seal it off from the world. So there's the final wiring job. If you want to judge me, don't at me. So we've got our common, our line going into their respective terminals on the power supply. We've checked with a multimeter to make sure that our positive and negative leads are good to go. We've got our ground mounted to the chassis as requested by the viewers. So now I think it's time to just plug it into the computer and see if it powers on the EasyCAD board, right? I mean, that's the last
That's
thing
the
to
dream,
do,
buddy.
right?
That's the dream.
It's the dream. That's what we're doing. We're doing it.
And in a worst case scenario, we plug it in, turn it on, and it lets out the magic smoke.
I mean, that doesn't seem likely at this point, but
I'm not saying it's likely. I'm saying worst case scenario.
it's possible.
In which case, you're stuck with EasyCAD 3 for another week.
I'm not putting that board back in. I just won't use the UV. We'll do something else. Oh, that damage is done. All right, power.
Bronson's back from rollerblading.
Oh, well, that was sketchy. I didn't have the E-stop pushed, so the laser just turned on. We have a light, dude. You see that?
On the board, yeah.
It says
I guess
power.
I could zoom back in. Yeah, we'll zoom back in. We'll proof of life. Oh, come on. It doesn't want to. It's got a mind of its own.
That is the power indicator.
Oh, look, there's dust in the bottom of that case. Alex could write in it, "Wash me, please."
I'm not touching that case right now. Shit is energized. No, I'm just kidding. I'm very confident in my electrical work. All right. Let's see. I'm going to scroll down in... Oh, right. It's an EasyCAD 2 board. We have to do a Find My Laser. LightBurn 1.5.6. Scanning for connected devices. Come on, baby. It's right there. There's only one thing plugged into this whole computer.
Oh, Miranda's just savaging you in the chat right now.
Why? JCZ Fiber LMC4 Digital. What is up?
She said very confident. You shouldn't be, bro.
Look at this. I know you guys can't see it, but
Not even close.
it fucking sees it. And that is good enough for me, guys. If the laser doesn't fire, that's a separate issue. What can we test really quick? We can test our foot pedal connection. There's a little light bulb. It's obviously not plugged into a source, but there's a little light bulb on the board that tells you when the laser is firing. So if we push the foot pedal, that little light bulb should come on. So we can plug in our foot switch and make sure that works. Rotary, we'll have to test another day. That's a separate issue. But we can at least make sure that this took. Let's go ahead and plug that in. Come around the side and watch for the laser light. And we click. I don't see it doing anything. But that is probably because of LightBurn. So let's...
No job setup.
Yeah, so let's actually add that laser real quick. So we'll Find My Laser again. Just want to make sure we did something right before I shut this. If that works, I'll feel good, and then we can close it up.
We can do a part 2 another day.
Yeah, definitely.
Preferably with less soldering and electronics, right?
Yep. Yeah, substantially less. I'm gonna move this out of the way. I'm actually gonna just clear this off a little bit. We'll put the source and the bed back up. I won't even close up the laser today. I'm just gonna move everything over so we can get the source up here. I would like to see it fire. I would feel really good if it fires today. So LMCV4 or LMC4 digital. So we're gonna add that device. We have no config. We'll just leave that default for now. Finish. And it's down here at the bottom. I'm going to hit OK. And there is our workspace. We'll just draw a circle so it has something to grab onto. Settings, ports and lasers. Here we go. Red dot, 4. Start marking, 10. No. Yes. 10? 15. We pinned it to 15. Require full pulse to start. Laser type, UV. Not going to mess with tickle right now. We'll hit OK. And let's see if we can get this laser button or this laser light to turn on. Click.
It's hitting red. You're doing a
Oh,
thing.
yeah, huh? Look at that. Great. Perfect. All right. So we did the general input good. I don't know why the laser light's not turning on. Maybe it requires feedback from the source. Doesn't really matter.
The control card is lighting up red.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. It's right next to the green light. Hit the button again. You'll see it.
Oh, hey, look at that.
What a goober.
All right, sweet. So I'm just going to clear this off really quick. We'll get the source plugged back in. It'll take 2 seconds. And we'll just, I don't know. I just want to see the blue heaven. And then we can close up for the night.
Let's watch Alex clean off his desk.
Oh, great. Thanks. You've been real supportive today, Kyle.
I do my best.
Not as supportive as my wife, but very supportive.
I don't know. I thought I was pretty supportive.
Tomorrow I have to come in and clean this shit up. This is ridiculous. I made such a fucking mess today.
It could be worse. At least you have a functioning UV laser.
This is impressive. I think that like repurposing that wall 5-volt power supply to make something in our laser work, I think that's impressive. People can make jokes. We can fucking laugh about how I'm an idiot and I'm dead. But I think that the fact that we just ripped an off-the-shelf 5-volt power supply for something completely unrelated to this and put it in our machine and fixed something that didn't work, I think that's impressive.
I mean, in a worst-case scenario where you had like a week's worth of jobs to do in a weekend and your power supply went out, that would be useful knowledge to have. I don't know about long-term usage, but
I think
the fact that
I think this is good to go.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
I'm really showing my age here, but have you guys ever heard of red green?
Heard of what?
Red green. It's an old show on like PBS Public Access. There's this old redneck guy that just built these contraptions with like shoestrings and duct tape.
I don't think so.
I'm sure if Jack in the shop's in the chat, he knows what red green's all. Yep, there you go. Jack says, "Yeah, the red green show."
Why is my table like that?
It just needs a little love. And maybe some screws.
Yeah, it definitely needs some screws. It feels really lopsided now. Did not feel that way before.
Well, we'll cut back to a front view here.
I'm not worried about how it looks.
Oh, no. I know.
About it dropping my UV laser on the floor. Why does it look like that? I think it's an optical illusion because of the back plate.
I was about to say it's definitely not because the whole box is like off kilter right now.
All right, I'm going to turn this off while we plug our components in. So we've got our scan head. Come on, why don't you? Oh, it's upside down. Fucking idiot. It's upside down, right?
It's like a USB cable. You just gotta flip it until it goes in.
I think I bent the housing on this a little bit. Bend that back.
You guys talking
Man.
about the green show is making me think about the old G4 network and Attack of the Show and all that.
Oh, Olivia Munn.
Those were the days.
Those were the days.
They don't make shows like they used to.
They don't make shows with Olivia Munn.
I guess that's true too. They should.
All right, source power's connected. We've got our laser control connected. And then
The autofocus is going after the eyes on the Galvo.
oh, our ground. Okay.
Jack said, just one question. Why do you think I would have to know that show? I think he just called me old.
I just knew Jack's like their target audience.
Now there's an insult.
Yeah, I admitted I used to watch it. It's just, I don't know, something that was on on weekends in Wisconsin. In those cold, lonely winter nights.
Fucking Wisconsin.
I mean, at least you have cheese curds.
Oh yeah, the best.
I had poutine for lunch yesterday before stream. It was delicious.
I think I still haven't had proper poutine.
Really?
I had something that I think was probably really close to it when I was in Ecuador, but I don't think it was like proper poutine.
It's just French fries with like cheese curds and gravy over it. That's it. Some places will throw like random stuff on it and whatever, and that's cool. But that's like kind of your base.
All right, guys. Source connected. Power on. Scan head on. It's good. Laser on. Great.
It's doing a
This
thing.
is good. This is good. This is good. All right. I need safety glasses on my face because God knows what's going to happen from here on out. Let's get these on, and
It puts the Googles on its face.
we need. Do we have a view of the UV? Yeah.
We're on a front view at the moment.
Great. Works for me.
I
There's
can
a
maybe
card.
get.
Nope, don't care that much. You guys will be able to see it. All right, let's hatch this circle. Fill. Speed 100. Frequency 33. Pulse width 33. Interval 0.025. Okay. All right. Can we get a frame? see a frame yet, but this source has to warm up. I need to tickle is definitely a thing I need to do for this source.
I swapped you so we can see the card now,
Oh, great.
like perfectly.
Is Miranda still here? I want her to see me succeed at something.
I don't know. We Do Widget says, why do I feel like I need to put safety glasses on too?
Because mostly because you do. Come on, baby. The laser light's on. Show me a sign. The table's shaking because I'm raising and lowering the focus. I may need to adjust that tickle value.
Oh, I think
Not
you
re-
just went right past it.
Really?
Yeah, go back down. Slow.
Going? Yep.
I saw a little something going on. Keep going. It's starting to tickle in. Yeah. Just starting to see it on camera. Can you see it?
Yep, I saw it. And now it's gone. Okay. So we're focused right about there. Cool. All right, so we know it's firing, and can we... there's the pulse width inversion setting is in this, right?
I think so. Should be.
Do you know where one would find that?
In device settings.
Yes.
If you're in there, I think there's 3 tabs on the top. You have to go to the third.
Yeah, I think it's in the middle tab, the port and laser settings.
I have red dot always on and enable blanking. Can't be serious. All right, let's try frequency of 33 and a pulse width of 1. It doesn't seem to be doing much more. I mean, I'm happy the laser's going. That confirms our work inside the machine. Now I just need to figure out how my source works on LightBurn, which is frustrating. Why don't they have an invert pulse width setting?
I don't think you need to. It should just work for you the way it did. Did you validate that your laser type was set up properly?
I did. There's only one selection you can make. Once you click UV, it disables everything else. I mean, it's doing something. Interval. That's all fine. Gonna have to close up shop. We're gonna figure this out another time. I think the exciting thing is that it's running, right? So that's good. It's clearly getting data from the controller and marking the shape that we asked it to mark. It's just not doing it in a way that we want. But that can definitely be fixed another time. What kind of lens is on here? It's a 110. Do these actually work? Holy crap, they do. 1, 2. Look at that. Oh, hey, there's the UV dot. So the frame is there. Frame. Can I actually see that if I cover this up?
I think we need to get you a red light kit for framing.
Yeah, I think so.
I think I need to install mine.
See, this has always been the problem. Is that I think right now, LightBurn is sending instructions that would work for the seal to my Ingu, but my Ingu has an inverted pulse width, so I can't frame with this laser.
What were you just trying to mark with? What settings?
That was 30 frequency and 33 nanosecond pulse width. 30
So
frequency and 1 pulse width should be the opposite.
Give it a try.
Yeah, it did. Doesn't really do much of anything. Either way, kind of get the same results on that. So, no worries. I'm not gonna be sad about it today. We wired in our new controller. LightBurn recognizes it. It works. Nothing exploded. I didn't explode. We only melted a couple wires.
Technically, we didn't see that. So it didn't happen.
You're gonna throw me back up so I can say goodbye to everybody. We did it. I think this was a successful day. We accomplished what we wanted to do when we set out, which was get this EasyCAD 2 board installed and wired correctly. Everything is powered, including our silly little 5-volt power supply up here on top. Again, LightBurn recognizes the board. The source and the scan head are getting instructions from LightBurn, so that's great. So from here, it's a little more nitty gritty, and we could probably do that live tomorrow. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z. I'm pleased. I think this looks great. I'm really, really happy with it. I'm shocked we did everything right, but I'm stoked. So, yeah. Thanks for hanging out today, guys. I appreciate you being here while we're live. It's always fun to have you around the shop. And I hope you learned something, whether it was what to do or what not to do. If you took something away from this. And Anthony, Kyle, thanks for hanging out with me today, too.
Yeah, man.
If you're not already a member of the LMA, go sign up. It's masters.lasereverything.net. That's what allows us to sit around and do this kind of stuff all day. And we wouldn't be able to do it without you. So if you're enjoying this content, please consider signing up for a subscription over there so we can keep doing our jobs. We would really, really appreciate that. And, go sign up for one of our other communities, too. We've got Discord, we've got Facebook, we've got all the things in all the different places. Kyle will put some links for some stuff in the description.
There's also the TikToks and the Instagrams if you're into that kind of thing.
Yeah, Miranda's been going really hard on TikTok and Instagram, and there's some funny stuff up there, including videos of me getting hurt. So if you don't like me and you want to watch me get hurt, go sub to the TikTok. I don't know. I always feel like I'm forgetting stuff. I'm really tired. It's a long stream. The second really long stream in a row.
If you've made it this far, it probably means you really like hanging out with us and the live streams. So if you're not already subbed, you should subscribe. And if you're not already hitting that bell icon to get notified the next time we stream or upload, it means you might miss us the next time we're live.
Guys, did you know that like 12% of the people that have watched videos on our channel are subscribed?
It's true.
It's pretty depressing. So make sure you hit the subscribe button. Yeah, I'm just going to walk away from this. I'm just going to leave this as is. We'll deal with it tomorrow. I think that's all I've got. Anthony, you have any parting words, bro? You good?
I'm fantastic, and I'm happy to see that your UV laser is alive. Working on LightBurn.
And Anthony's over there rocking out with his leather still.
Noise. You got any parting words, Kyle?
No. Other than depression.
Word. Sad. Big sad.
I gotta go start fresh with literally all of my machines now, which is fine because I can do it together with Alex.
Use the chart, man. That was like the whole theme yesterday.
Yep.
So chart it out, and I think that's it. Thanks again one last time for being here, everybody, and we will see you in the next one.
Bye-bye. Next time on Dragon Ball Z.